Today we're building a task management solution with full vibe coding. We're going to be using Claude's AI model. And basically the idea is that you can click upload statements and drag your bank statement here. And once you do that, automatically we're going to have an AI agent in the background that would scrape all the expenses in the user's bank statement and try and categorize all the expenses as business or personal expenses. Now, there's some extra features that we can add to this application, but basically just calculate your entire tax liability, right? And there are some other cool features like just your personal management, because we allow users to control their settings, privacy, data, etc., dashboard, all of that. And yeah, so it's really, really cool. Now, some of the tools that we use to build this entire project so you can get yourself ready. Number one, we use Google Stitch to create all the designs, and you can see that we made sure that the AI agent follows the designs properly. And then we also have another tool, VisualPRD. Now, VisualPRD is a tool that I recommend, and I also built the tool. It helps you plan out the entire application that you want to build before you actually start building it, including all the prompts. And the reason why you need VisualPRD is for the technical implementation details. Many times when you're vibe coding as a beginner, there are a lot of implementation details that you will skip, especially security. So everything around security, it has different instructions. And now the another thing we're going to be using from VisualPRD is the MCP Server. The MCP Server allows us to connect VisualPRD to our AI agent that we're building for us. But one thing I want to say is that if you're using VisualPRD to build your own application, do not speed through the entire build. Now you'll see when I start the lesson how I went really fast, across the entire application. I would recommend that you take it step by step. So every single step that you are building, take it step by step, one by one, and you will understand when you enter into a class. Another tool we're going to need would be an external AI agent that can act as like a review guide, and you understand why you need this. So I use Claude chats on the web for it, and I also use Claude, the desktop app too, for it too. So, but you can just use Claude, ChatGPT, any AI model, and then you have your actual code editor where you can have the AI agent build your app for you. So yeah, let's get into the guide. So let's move on to it. Now, the first thing I do when I want to build an app with AI is that I try to work on the screenshot. So I basically wrote out all these this explanation of what I want to build. You have to have a place where you write it out, or you can work with AI to just tell you what you want and tell it to write everything out for you. Now, I'm going to take this screenshot. So the first thing I'm going to do is that since I already have the plan down, right? I'm going to go to a platform called Google Stitch. Right? Now, Google Stitch is a platform that allows you to create really, really cool designs with AI really fast. Right? So I want to create the concept art of what we're going to build. So this is part of planning, the planning process, right? You have to plan before you start building. If you just go straight to start building, you'll build nonsense. I promise you'll build nonsense. So I'm going to paste this here, and I think I'll just use this model here, and let's see. So I made a mistake actually. Sorry, it's supposed to be a website, not an app. All right, so I'm going to redo it again. So let's see. It takes some time, but while that is happening, like I said, you need to start planning. Now, while that is happening, while that is working in the background, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to a tool called VisualPRD. So VisualPRD is a tool that I built myself. Now, typically, when you want to build an app with AI, you have to have a lot of experience, right? Let me tell you why. Because AI knows a whole lot. There's a whole lot it knows. It knows how to build your entire application, but it has a flaw, and that's token limits. The token limit is how much AI can process at a time and how much it can dispense at a time. And when it has processed so much data, right, and it's not organized, it can start hallucinating and giving you wrong information. And that's what you don't want when you're building your projects, because with that, when you're building a very, very big project, if you don't organize them first before you start giving the AI to build it, at some point, the AI might skip over things like security, different aspects of your application are very, very important. And that's the issue with AI right now. Another issue is that it can be very expensive. If you are trying to just have AI just build your entire project without having a proper plan, you will just waste a lot of tokens. Because if you have a plan, you will not spend as much money while working with AI tools as someone who just goes into it, freestyling, vibe coding. So let's do it. So what this tool does is that first I'll just log in. All right. So this is VisualPRD.com. I've signed in. And I have over 10,000 users. So basically, so it's really, really cool. A lot of people are already enjoying this tool. So I'll show you why it's really amazing when you want to start building. Now, I'm going to click new project, and I'll choose what I want to build, mobile app or web app. So this is a web app I'm going for. I'm going to click continue. Then I'm going to write the project name. That will be Tax Snap. Then I'm going to paste the description. So this is the description I have for it. So you just write a prompt, which will just be like a description of what your app does and all of that. So here. Now you can also choose to use this enhanced with AI. Now, to use most of these features, you're going to have to pay to subscribe to VisualPRD. The cheapest plan is $5, and it gives you everything already free. $5 is all you need. Then you use the Open Router API key to use the application. So I have tutorials on it, right? Basically, once you subscribed, you would just go to the billing section here, right? And you would have a section you can watch this video basically. You have a section to now paste your Open Router API key. So you can fund Open Router with whatever amount. I think the least you need is $5. So with $10, you can build your PRDs. Just $10. That's actually really affordable with AI right now. So you now come and paste your API key here. Just watch this video. And that's how you set it up. By the time you're done with setting it up, you can just come over here. Like I said, click web app. Then I'll write the name Tax Snap. Right? Then I'm going to paste the project here. I can click enhance with AI. While that is enhancing, I'm going to go back to the Google Stitch project and see what we have here. So this is not bad, right? Basically, this is the first page. This is the second page where we can now upload. So in this page here, so AI designed all of this for us, basically. Here we can now click on all of the scripts, or I think here, let me see, fix now, upload bank statements, right? Once you upload it, it organizes everything for you, and then you can now see all the details. You can click on all of your expenses, and you can choose a category for it, right? Now the AI should automatically already choose a category for you. That's important. Now you can now choose to add a receipt to that particular expense, so that maybe in the future we can have an export function where you can export everything plus your receipts, so you can hand it over when you want to do any audits, right? See, then over here you can see your tax report summary, total revenue, business expenses, taxable income, or everything automatically done for you. So it's just a 3-page document. Now if you want to take this app and make it really big like a SaaS, we'll have to add more pages and all of that, but this is just testing basically. So what I want to do is that I want to take a screenshot of these designs here, right? I want to take a screenshot of them, right? I'm going to take another screenshot here. Sorry. And then I'm going to take another screenshot here. Sorry. It's getting a bit hard to navigate. I think, okay, here, click here. Be able to navigate. So I'm going to take another screenshot here. So once I've done that, I've taken all the screenshots now. I'm going to go over to VisualPRD now, and I think we've already had the enhanced function has already worked. So I'm going to go to click continue. I'm going to click on quick, right? There's also premium, right? So I think I'll just go for premium. Basically, I want the highest quality for my PRD. I will see the price, how much it's going to cost, because I'm using my own API key to use the platform. So I would want Next.js. and then Firebase as the backend. You can choose Superbase if you want. Click continue. And now those backends are basically simple BaaS platforms, basically backend as a service platforms. So that means instead of you having to build your entire backend yourself, you can just basically you use a platform that already has all of those infrastructures or everything you need for a proper backend, security, everything already done for you. So that takes the hassle and it's very affordable to use them. It's really cool if you know what you're doing. That's why it's good you have a generator like this that generates good plans for you. So over here, I'm going to click browse files and I'm going to upload some of those screenshots I just took now. So I've added the 3 screenshots here and I'm going to click continue. So now over here, what's going to happen is that it's going to analyze all the features I'm going to need, right, for my project. So just give it some time. Okay, so the the feature detector has worked. And what this does now is that all the features that I need, I can see it here, right? Everything. And the cool part about it is that any feature that is really technical, I can enable internet search for it. So I can tell it how many sources I want to search, but the more sources, the more money you're going to pay. So pay attention to this section down below where you see the total cost for generating your PRD, right? So user authentication, of course, I will need that. Bank statement, CSV upload, duplicate transaction detection, right? Transaction. So this is quite technical. Anything is technical, I might want to enable internet search for it. Now now the system is already capable enough without internet search, but it's just for that extra bit of safety because to check how that particular feature is being handled currently. So it's really really cool. So I'm just going to look through everything. Receipts, real-time tax calculation, tax estimate dashboard, FRS compliance, PDF report generation, PDF. So you need to search the internet for this. It was smart enough to automatically detect that. Background job queue, patching layer. So everything that we need, things that we don't even think about, automatically set out for us, right? Now, so there's some extra features. This is just to polish it. In-app notifications, help and documentation, onboarding. For now, we don't need all of that. I'm just going to click continue, right? And then now, I'm going to click generate PRD. So I'm not going to collect payments right now. If you want to collect payments, you can click yes and then choose how you want to collect payments. For now, it's just going to take time to load. So it's uploading the images. And once it's done, you're going to see it start working in the background. Now, it can take some time to create the entire PRD because the way we built it is that multiple AI agents are going to be talking to each other, right? And let me just reload so I can see. So, let's see. So this is it. This is what it generates. It builds out different flows for you, right? And right now I have the authentication flow. I can click on it and can see different flows from login page, register page, forgot password, reset password, verify email, all of that, right? Bank statement, upload, and transactions is the entire flow with different pages, and each of them have instructions on how the page is going to operate, etc., like functionalities, all of that, right? We also have visual design that was extracted for each and every one of the pages based on the screenshots we uploaded. Then you have AI transaction, categorization, classification, all of that. Then the cool part about it also is the function. So every single flow, we have all the functions that we needed, which are basically endpoints, right? That users can work with, right? So all the endpoints data. These are all the endpoints data that we have here, all of them, as you can see. And so it just generates more basic information we can give our AI agents. Then we can go over to the schema back. Everything is organized for us. But now the magic of it is the prompt section. Now the prompts, right? We have over 441 prompts, and each of them, so you can see each of them has detailed instructions that we can give our AI agent, right? And a verification prompt. So the way AI works when you're trying to build apps is that you have to challenge the output that it gives you. If you don't challenge the output that it gives you, many times you're going to have shitty output and you're going to go with it. So when you're dealing with projects like this, that you actually want it to give you something that actually works, challenging it with a question like when you're building an app, challenging it with a question like, oh, is this app secure? Is a challenge. So even though it's built out a feature, is it secure? Asking it a question, it will force the AI to rethink its steps and make sure that problem is solved. And many times this is the best way to solve the issue of AI hallucinating and causing issues or errors when you're building projects like this, right? So we've already done that for you, where we have prompts that you can paste after you build a particular section. You can paste this particular prompt and it will now force it to think through everything that it has done and make sure that everything is working properly. So over 400 prompts. Now is that detailed, right? Including testing, security, etc. Now there are two ways we can try and build this. We can actually come here manually and be copying one by one all the different prompts and take it to our AI agent, right? Or the second way is through our MCP server, right? So in this particular project, I can also use an MCP server, and I can explain what that is shortly, right? But for the meantime, it's just a way to connect this particular project here, the project I just created, to an AI agent, right? So that my AI agent will be talking to VisualPRD, and as they're talking back and forth, it automatically be building out all the steps without me having to copy it manually. So it's really cool. So firstly, we need to have a platform to build with, right? So I'm going to open up my IDE, and for you to know what an IDE is, an IDE is an integrated development environment. It's a place where you can actually start building applications, and I recommend setting up your IDE with Claude Code, right? If you want me to make a video on that later, I can make a video on how you set that up. So it's quite simple. But basically, what you need to do is you can download an IDE like anti-gravity. Just search it online, right? Cursor, all of that. Once you download it, so for example, now if I want to download one of them, I'll go and download Cursor, right? This one here. So I'll download Cursor, and once I download Cursor, you just click on it and follow all the steps. I will now set it up, right? You can use any information online to actually set it up for yourself. But once I've set it up, the next thing will be to now create a new project. So let me open up a new project. So I'm going to click on new window, and now I have this new window here. Now the next thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into my system finder, right? You can use your whatever file manager you have in your system, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my hard drive sorry, and I'll create a new folder basically, and I can call it tax snap. So you can name it, you give it your project's name and name it tax snap, and I'm going to drag it into this project here. So now if you're going to be building for web, right, most times you're going to have to tell your AI agent, say, okay, can you help me set up my development environment? That can be your first prompt. Can you say, can you help me set up my development environment to build a Next.js app or to build a Flutter app, whatever program you want to use to build. So, when you are creating your project, firstly in VisualPRD, you would be able to say, okay, I'm building a mobile app or web app, and you'll be able to see let me just write nonsense here. I'll just click one of the examples, click continue. So you'll be able to see the program you're working with, is frontend, backend. So you can say, help me set up my development environment to handle Flutter and Firebase, and it will start downloading all the necessary features and tools that you need, right? But the cool part about this is that with VisualPRD, right, which is what I used to build most of my vibe coded projects, all the SDKs, we call it SDKs, but it's called tech stack. There are external tools you need to download so you can make your application work, right? There are different features and tools that you can download. So these are all the tools. It actually labels everything out. So for every single step, even in the prompt section, we have something called SDK setup, right? SDK setup are external tools that you might need to download while you are building your project for them to work, right? Let me give an example. We need Firebase or Firestore. It's an external tool that we now, to use this tool, we might need to download it locally into our development environment, right? So that we can have every single feature that we want. For example, maybe we want to deploy some code from our local development environment to Firebase or or to the cloud. We can use those features that we download into our development environment. So yeah, there's a whole lot there, but just trust me on that. Anyways, now that we have all of this ready, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my development environment. Now, depending on what you use it for, I'm going to click off all these things. Depending on what you want to use it for, you might use Cursor, you might use Claude Code. There are different types of AI tools you might want to use to build your entire application. For me today, I'm using Claude Code, right? Claude Code they're all AI agents, right, that you can use to build your application. And I prefer building it in my development environment locally because it's better at trying to make sure that it's like first it's cheaper, right, to build, because there's some projects you want to build that if you're going to build it elsewhere, it's not going to a lot of features that they might not have if it's not on a local machine, right? That's the first one. So it might charge you more money to use it elsewhere, maybe on the web or something. So it's better you build it here. Also, it's just far better because when you're using something like Claude Code, the amount of money and value you get while building with these platforms locally, it's insane compared to most other AI development softwares and tools. So I just prefer that most of my students or people just use their local environment. It might seem scary as a non-technical person, but you can do it. So once you have that set up, for me, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and open up Claude Code. So I've already installed Claude Code. I've installed Claude Code already, and the way you install Claude Code is that you would have to, let me click settings here. I click settings, and I'm going to click the panel, right? Sorry, not panel, sidebar. So you would have to go over to the extensions area. Yeah, extensions, and you can search for Claude Code. So depending on what type of IDE you're using, integrated development environment, you will have different settings. But just look for extensions and search for Claude Code, download it, sign up. You have to pay to use it, right? I would recommend $20 plan, $100 plan. But the higher the better. If it's $20 plan, you just have more limits. That means after a period of time, you would not be able to use it. Then they will not give you. You will not have to wait a couple of hours or minutes before you can use it again. Just rate limits, basically. That's the difference. Okay, so let's start. So the first thing I'm going to do is I will just try and install the MCP server on Claude Code. Now I can start with just copying the prompts. Now you can do that. It's perfectly suited for you to be able to just copy the prompts and paste, and then you are building alongside as you're copying and pasting, right? Or you can even export all the documents. Or I can just go and set up the MCP. Now, one thing I will tell you is this, why vibe coding is that, of course, you want to change your project over time, add new features, and VisualPRD, one of the things that you can do here is that there's a chat section where you can ask and talk about the features you want to add to your project, and it will automatically update your project. So it's really cool, but it's still in maintenance even right now because there's some more features I'm trying to integrate. But the good thing about, or what VisualPRD stands to, or what is trying to do for your projects, your vibe coded projects, is that it's just meant to give you a proper base layer. Because when you have a project that has proper security measures, everything is intact from the beginning, not later, not in the middle of the project or at the end of the project, because it can be a nightmare. You have different bugs in your project that it will be hard for the AI agents to clear because they have limits. Now, if you start right, even if you want to introduce more features in the future, as long as you start from planning the features before you start building them, you'll be all right. And the AI agent, whenever it searches your code base and tries to implement a new feature, it will look at the implementation of how you have constructed things in the past and to follow that same strategy. So it's good to just start right. That's the main thing. So I'm going to go over to the MCP server section here. Here. And I'm going to go to setup and guide. I'll click Claude Code, sorry, and I'll copy the setup prompt. So once I copy the setup prompt, I'm going to go over to Claude Code and I'm going to paste it here. So basically, it's just a command to just set up the MCP server and make Claude Code connect to the VisualPRD backend so that it will have access to all the prompts. And then that's how we'll start building. So it's connected. What I'll do now is I'll restart Claude Code. So I'll just restart it. Once I restart it, it will be connected automatically. So let me just restart it now. I'm going to open up Claude Code again, tap snap, and so you can see VisualPRD is connected. So with this, we can continue, right? So I can create another chat, and I can just say, if you go over to VisualPRD here, one thing it's really cool is I can say start building my VisualPRD project, or anything I want to say basically, and it's going to automatically recognize what I'm saying, call a tool, connect to VisualPRD here, and I'll select the project I want to build. Now I forgot something. Before I'm able to start building properly, I would have to enable the project. So I'm going to try and enable one. Tag snap, let me enable it. So I've enabled tag snap for this particular project. Yes. Okay guys, so I've connected the MCP right now, and all I had to do was send a command, start building my VisualPRD project. And now it's asking me, I have 4 projects available, tag snap, VisualPRD demo, and some others. So I'm going to select tag snap. So it's now going to start connecting automatically. Now what I'm going to do is that most time when I'm trying to select an option, I'll select yes, allow VisualPRD initialize project for all projects. So every single time it runs that command, it will run automatically. So I'll keep doing that most times. So tag snap is initialized, 0 complete with 441 steps total. So I'm also going to do this for all projects. Yeah, all projects. So it's getting the first step. This is the first build prompt. So it's automatically connected from VisualPRD, right? So this is what it's saying here. I have the full detail. Tag snap is a Next.js Firebase management solution. So I'm going to basically run this MCP connection. I'll just keep saying yes. What it's going to be doing for me right now is, and this is exactly why I built VisualPRD, is that all the different steps that we have here, now one thing I will say before I go say the other thing I was saying, you see I have to keep approving the next step, and now most people will not like that. They want it to be fully automatic. I don't recommend that with vibe coded projects, especially when it's also local, because it can make a mistake or just destroy your entire project if you don't observe what it's doing. So it's actually good to have it work that way, right? Claude Code uses that as like a security format, basically. Yeah, anyways, while that is working, it's getting all the instructions from our backend. What we are doing right now is that every single time a step is completed, it's going to check it that it's done, and you'll be able to see the entire progress automatically here, and it's just going to be happening automatically. So it will be talking to the MCP server. The MCP server will talk back, and it's just keep giving it all the different steps plus verification prompts. Now there's one cool thing that we also have in VisualPRD basically, which is the MCP server has an AI automated layer where it's currently we're using the auto mode, right? Thinking model. But basically you can have an AI agent that observes what your AI coding assistant is doing to make sure that it followed that particular step when it's done processing a particular step. Okay, so this is an important step, and this is one of the features of VisualPRD, the MCP. This is now the verify implementation step. So now it just finished implementing the first step, and now while this verify implementation step now works with the AI model we worked with, which is still part of our API key on from Open Router. Basically, we're using a cheap model that is still very good with reasoning, and it's going to now try and verify what the AI agent has done for you to make sure that everything worked properly. So you can see, right, passed, file checked, check passed. So it checks a lot of things, packages, next action, review implementation. So now we can now proceed with the next action because it passed all the checks. So basically, the AI agent that we have built here would check what your AI agent has done, whether using Claude Code, Cursor, whatever. And this is a perfect balance of you making sure that you're building an app that is security-wise is intact. Everything is intact because you have a proper plan, and everything is just processing nicely. So the review passed with 85/100. Let's mark this step complete. So this is really, really cool. So this is how I'm able to build projects really fast for clients, things like that. And so, it makes things really, really fast and, it's exciting. So while that's happening, it's going to mark it complete. So once that is done, I'll show you on VisualPRD on our dashboard, we can now monitor the entire progress. So I can come over here, click here, and tag snap. And I can go over to the prompt section, and I can see that this has been marked complete, right? And it's just keep going like that. So now for the teachable moment here, all we're doing right now, firstly, is to just start with the scaffolding. We're initializing the project, we're creating project folders, right? Things like that. Installing all the tools, the SDKs I mentioned earlier that we need. We're going to start from there, right? We'll soon get to a point where we can actually now start testing the project, seeing what the AI has been building so far and all of that. But right now, we know that at least it's following the plan. So currently, while it's working, we're on step 3 already. I'm going to open up this section here and check the sidebar. And we'll see that, the sidebar. And we can go and check the file section. And we can see all the files that are being created. Now, when we first started, this file was empty because, it just saw me, I just created the file. So it's basically creating everything for us from scratch, right? Creating all the folders that we need, right? Like I said, very soon, we'll soon get to the point where we'll be able to now test it properly. Hey guys, so it's morning here. I slept because it was around 2 a.m. when I made the video previously yesterday. And now it's already another day and it's been running through the night. We still have it running. And the cool part about this so far is that you can see everything that's done. So basically we call VisualPRD, right? Get next step. And once it's done implementing that step, it will verify, review, and so on and so forth. So it's just been doing that back to back. And I'm pretty impressed. Right now we're at step, let's see, 146. And it's the amount of credit it's even using from Claude Code is amazing. I'm running multiple projects side by side with Claude Code, and currently I'm only at 39% used, right? Within a 4-hour window, right? It's within a 4-hour window, 39%. This is actually cool. And the crazy part about this is that I'm not even using all the right practices. Now, let me teach you a few things. One of the first practices you should use when you're vibe coding is that always play around with the models. So you have different models that you can work with when you're using Claude Code. And I recommend Claude Code if you're vibe coding, you already know, right? You should, Sonnet 4.5 or 4.6 is actually very good for everyday tasks. For more complex tasks, you can go for Opus. But I just kept it at Opus just for fun, to be honest. It's actually overpowered for all of this. Sonnet can work beautifully with it. Even Haiku, if you're trying to save money, can actually work beautifully for all these tasks because Haiku is able to execute functions. So you can use Haiku. Then when you start testing, you can now run over to Sonnet and you now try and make sure that, see whether everything is working properly and you can move up. Start with Haiku. It's actually really, it's a really capable model, right? And second thing is, you don't stay on one chart for too long. I've been on this same chart and it has exhausted token multiple times, compacted itself. So to compact means, like I told you, AI has token limit. So at some point, as it's operating and building the functions for me, it would run out of tokens, and it will tell me, okay, to now summarize everything that has been doing so far throughout the entire project. As you can see here, it's summarizing it so that it can continue from this knowledge base. And to continue. So most times it don't allow you to do that. Once it gets to 80%, 90%, moves on that chart, So I'm not really doing any, I'm not using conventional practices. But the reason why I'm doing it this way is that I have a guide basically. I'm using the MCP and it's working perfectly. So it's every single time it's still working. The MCP is still guiding and directing it through how we should implement all the steps for me. And that cool part is that so far throughout the night, I've had over 1,232 calls. I think I've already shown you that already. Then you can see some of the request types we've done, activity logs. So this is really, really cool for vibe coding. It's actually so cool. So I can see all the all the activities we've done so far here. So I'm going to wait till we get to the front end part, because right now, let me go to the project also. I'm going prompts. So right now we're at step 147. We still have a long way to go. So I'm going to wait till when we get to the front end section. By the time we get to the front end section, right? Let me see where we are at right now. Front end pages, yeah. Because in the front end pages, we'll start implementing all the pages. So you can start seeing it visually. So by the time we get to the front end pages, I will start trying to test it, then I'll continue recording. So at this point, we've already, I think we're at step 154, and I had to stop its processing here, so I wanted to just switch it over to Sonnet, a cheap, like a much more cheaper model, and it's working well. But the only thing is that Sonnet, I have to at some point every now and then tell it to continue, right? So, right, I think it has already passed its limit here. So I'm just trying to be more cost conscious. So I can clear conversation, then tell it to get next step and continue again and again and again. That's the way it works. But at this point, I want us to try and set up the some variables. We you know, when you're trying to build an app like this, most times you're going to need what you call like very secret keys to connect to other external services, things like that. And we're going to need that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to my AI agent and say, I want to set up so there are different things you can say, but basically I want to just set up my env file. Env file is, you know, an encrypted environment where you can store your secret keys, things like that, so that you can connect to external services. Now, one of those external services is Firebase. We're using Firebase. We're using different services in our project. Now, since we're using Firebase, now if you're using Supabase or any other platform, you have to set it up, but we have to also set up Firebase quickly. So I'm going to go over to Firebase and quickly try and set everything up from here. So I want to create a new project. That's for the this particular tax snap project. So I'm here now. I've given it a name. I'm going to just click continue. Select. So I've created my Firebase project. Now with Firebase, when we work on a Supabase project in the future, I'll show you how we set that up. But for Firebase, we need to know all the services that we need that we're working with, right? So I can say something like I am. So what I can ask the agent here and say I am setting up Firebase. What services? Let's do it like this. What services do I need to enable? I can even ask it, just tell me all the external services that I need, right? So I can use Willow Voice for this. So can you give me a list of all the external services that I need to set up for this project? So I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Willow Voice. It's really cool software. Once you install it on your system, you can just click on any particular hotkey and you can talk in real time and it automatically formats everything you're saying. It's a vibe coder's dream, honestly. So I'm sending it over and Okay, so now while this is working, we have to also note that from VisualPRD here, you can see that there are a couple of, I want to go back to the Tax Snap project. There are a couple of tech stacks that we have over 7 tech stack items that were picked up by the AI agent that planned the project. So it's possible that over time there might be more projects you might have to initialize, right? It's very, very possible. I just want to make sure that when we start running the app, at least things like Firebase, the backend, all of those things are functional, at least. That's very important. If not, we'll start having errors. So we've gotten everything that we need right now. And so you can see we need authentication, Cloud Firestore, cloud storage, right? You need client SDK, all of that. So we can, this is the beauty of building apps with AI. You can have AI guide you through the entire process. So currently, what I need in Firebase is auth for Firebase plus storage. So now that I know that, the first thing I'm going to do here is that I'll have to upgrade my project. Now you can add a card to your Firebase, maybe a dollar card. I actually even have a virtual dollar card I'm using right now, and it helps. It works perfectly. It wasn't working before, but I think some new updates from Firebase or Google, the Google team, and now they're accepting those cards. So I'm going to select the plan. I'll just go for Firebase payment. And the reason why I have to, add my card is they're not going to charge me any money. I just put $5. So this is just like an alert if we're going beyond our cost. But the reason why we are doing all of this is not so that they can charge us or anything. We're not paying them any money. It's free. And there are a lot of free tiers that we can, or features that we can use, So sometimes you might even have up to 100 users on your app and you're not even paying much. So it's really, really cool. You can study on Firebase pricing. But anyways, we'll go over to the authentication layer, and we're going to try and enable it. Get started. So I'm going to just enable everything that we need. I'll just search it through here and enable it. So email or password, I'll say email. Okay. So we have that sorted. Then we have Firebase plus store, so Firebase database or Firestore database. This should be enabled too. We won't do anything here. We would have our AI automatically create a database for us, right? Although let's just handle it. Sorry. Next, just say next defaults. I'll start in production mode. Okay, so we've done this already. Then the next thing I'm going to work on is the storage. So we need storage activated, and get started. I'm going to select all locations. This allows me to be able to access my files anywhere. This no cost location, there's some locations you'll be in that you'll not be able to use or really see the files that you upload, right? Yeah, so now that we've enabled these three, the next thing we need is Google Cloud APIs, so Cloud Tax plus Vertex AI. So to do this, this is what I'm going to do. While this is loading, I'm just going to say, I'll use Willow Voice and say, okay, so I want you to give me a link to Google Cloud API so I can enable Cloud Tax. But before we do that, I also want you to initialize the Firebase project and connect to Tax Snap. Connect everything automatically for me, then we can now go towards Google Cloud. So what it's going to do for me now is that it's going to automatically initialize the entire project, connect to Firestore, do everything for me here. Now there are some setups you might need if you've not activated Firestore, in your IDE, your development environment. If you've not done that and it's giving you an error, what you do is you can tell it, please create a script for me to automatically initialize connect my project. All right. Once you tell it to create a script for you and all of that, you can take that script and now go over to your terminal panel, go over to this section here and paste the script, and there are some steps you might need to take and all of that. So anytime you have an issue when you're trying to deploy something, it's not working, just say create a script for me that can handle everything, right? I don't want any stress at all. You can basically talk to it like that. And once you have created that script, you can ask it what's in this script. You can allow it to really give you all the information you want, then go and execute it. You understand? So it's very important that you also ask it about what is, the script contains, because just be security conscious. That's it. Anyways, currently it's trying to automatically connect to Firebase. So once it's done, we'll go over to Google Cloud. But before we even do that, I'll just continue from where I stopped. Right, so I'm going to clear this chat here, right? And I'm just going to tell it to initialize project. So initialize. So every single time you open a new chat, you have to do this. So it's automatically call VisualPRD initialize project. I'll tell it to activate task snap, right? And once we activate that, we'll continue building from where we stopped. We're 35% done already. So right now, it just told me to, for security reasons, I have to click on a link here, this particular link, and I have to go and get the private key. So I've downloaded the private key. Now you can follow the same steps. This is the private key here. So how do I make it access this particular private key now that I've downloaded it, right? I will show you shortly. So basically what I did was I told it that I have my private key downloaded. It's in my Benjamin Macaulay or volumes folder. Basically, this is my external folder here, or a hard drive. So I just told it to access it for me, and voila. So you might need to enable or allow, you'll get some notifications to allow Claude to access data and all of that. So it has accessed it where I downloaded it. Now I've only given it access to my hard drive, so I save it directly on my hard drive. So now that it's gotten all the information, you understand, it's going to initialize everything for me. So even after this project, I'm going to have to rotate my keys to make sure everything is safe. But yeah, that's it. So now it's done with most of the work. It has initialized the Firebase project, connected the database that we created already, Firebase storage already done, Firebase auth already done, everything. I verified that it's all working. So that's really, really cool. All right. The next thing we'll have to do is work on Google Cloud. So I'm sure once it's done, so it's making some tests. So once it's done, it's going to tell us now, yeah. So ready to move to Google Cloud, yes. So enable cloud tags. So now cloud tags is for background work. So because now that's the amazing part about this entire thing. Now we are going to have some tags that will need to work for a long period of time in the background. So this is why we're working with the Cloud Tags API. So it has already taken us directly to Task Snap and all of that. So with this, because if a user uploads a PDF, it might take some time to basically process everything. So I'm going to click enable Cloud Tasks basically. Then I'm going to also want to enable the Vertex API. Now Vertex basically is Google's infrastructure that allows you to access the AI models. I think basically their own AI models and all of that. I would have gone with maybe OpenAI's API. That's what I might have gone for. But the planner decided to use Vertex. So now over time, if you wanted to change something, you can talk to your AI agent and say, okay, let's change it to this implementation, and it will still work. You can change it, but you already have a solid layer to be able to change things. But I'm actually okay with this information or this choice, because everything will just be built to Google automatically. Right, so this is good. So train high quality custom machine learning with minimal machine learning expertise. Right, now that we have enabled both of them, it's time to go to the next step. Okay, so the next thing it's talking about, okay, email password, sign in, and all of that. I have already enabled this. The next thing I need to do is I need to work on the email SMTP. Now, I personally, in my entire development career, I've never really set up email SMTP, right? I haven't. I've always used an external provider called Brevo to send emails. So this will actually be interesting. So what I'll do is I'm just going to ask it, how do I set this up? Sorry, let me send that properly. So that's one thing I like about Claude. If I make a mistake or something, I can still add extra context. You know, that's cool. So once it's done, I'm going to take all the steps and then give you guys feedback. So currently, this is what I did. I just explained to you that, oh, so how, because he told me what to do, I need to take these these steps to set up the email SMTP. But I told you that, okay, I normally use Brevo, and he's telling me that Brevo is better. Now, if I was building something I wanted to ship, I would immediately switch to Brevo, but I will allow the entire project span out. I might just write it down somewhere that, okay, I need to switch to Brevo later. At least it will be functional with, you know, the current architecture that VisualPRD gave, right? The thing is that the only issue with the SMTP service is that sometimes it can land in spam, but with Brevo, you are going to almost always receive, your users are almost always going to receive the message. So that's just the problem. The rate limits are really strict. This one is more relaxed, all of that. But so you can start both of them free. But I will just follow the steps to generate the email SMTP service, right? Keys, and we'll go from there. So currently, I've taken this step. Then right now I want to create an app password, right? I'm over here. I'm going to give it an app name. I'll just copy exactly what I was giving here. Tax snap. Then I'm going to create. Then I'll create the password. Okay, guys. So we just sent a test call just now, and I got it here. Email is working correctly for tax snap. So that's really cool. Let's move on. So now we have verify OCR still needed Redis. So let's continue with, so I want to continue with verify basically. Yeah, so right now I'm being asked to use verify, and I actually say the free tier gives you 100 documents per month, enough to test, all of that. I'm asking, he said, okay, verify is a receipt scanner, right? So it brings out all the necessary information that we need, and we need it for for tax snap so that we can be able to extract all the information. But the truth is this, I would mostly use AI for that. You know, I would prefer that. But I'm going to continue working with VisualPRD's plan, because all these different tiers have free tiers and all of that. I can change it later. All right, so I'm going to go over to the Verify Hub and check it out right now. Let me even check the tech stack and see if Verify was mentioned here. Next.js, Vertex AI. So you mentioned Verify. So you mentioned Verify, right? That's cool. So I'm signing up for Verify right now, and I'm selecting all the options. I'm going to go for fintech software. Then I have to fill out my form, the form and all of that. Let me finish. Okay, guys, so I'm in right now. I've set up my TaxNav dashboard. So this thing, Verify dashboard. So I'm going to take a screenshot, right? And I'm going to take it over to my AI agent here and just say, oh, so what next? I'm sure it will understand that this is Verify's dashboard. I'm sure most likely I would have to set up an API key or something, right? Let's just see what happens. Say click settings, click keys. So settings and keys here. Okay, that's cool. So then I have all my data here. So I'm going to rotate them. So I'm going to allow them exposed for this video. At least it's free, so I can just rotate them and all of that. Anyways, it also has a webhook. Now, a webhook is a special configuration that you have, you know, in software development where one tool can communicate on that tool, which is your own tool, but you have to give it a link. So basically, you can easily tell your AI agent to create a webhook for you if you need to, you know, handle those kind of data where you need information from them when some kind of activity happens on your verified dashboard or something like that. So I have 14 days to purchase an unlimited paid plan. That's cool. Anyways, I'm going to take a screenshot of all of this data, right? And take it over to my AI agent. Here you go. Sorry. Now, earlier, I was asking about why I need to work with Verify, right? So he said the real difference is that Verify has spent years training, especially on receipts. Gemini is a general model, but generally very good at reading text and images. For a launch product, Gemini is good and 100 times cheaper. That's true. So like I said, if it's me, I will just switch over to the same API implementation that we have. But for now, I'll still use Verify because, you know, like I said, it's still very specific on receipts and all of that. Let's see whether it's better at the end of the day. And it's free right now. That's the cool part about trying to build a project from scratch. You can just test different things out and see what works for you, what works for your pocket also, and move from there. So my ENV is 100% configured. We can continue from there. So I'm going to wait for this to continue. I'm in step 157 right now. It's currently building some API endpoints, and by the time we get to the front end layer, I will be able to start testing the app. Okay, guys. So it's been some time already. Couple of hours, I think about 3 hours, and currently we're in build step number. Let's see. I think the best thing to do is to check VisualPRD directly. At 44%, build step number 194, and it's still running automatically. Now, what I want to do right now is I want to test the application. And to test it, you can easily just go to one of your AI agents and say, okay, please can you start a dev server, you know, a local dev server. That's what you can say. Or if you're using Next.js like I am, you can just come over to your terminal and just write npm run dev. It's that simple. But using your AI agent to just start it out for you is actually okay. To just type it out, as that simple. Now, here's what we have here, and this is just a login page and sign up page. Now, I did not provide any screenshot for the login and sign up page, so it just came up with what it could, but it still used the colors that we provided. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and create an account, right? Then I'll try and paste that same password here. Agree, create account. Now, when I notice that when I try to create account, it doesn't work at all. So I'm going to try and go to another AI agent and talk to it and find out what the problem is, right? So I'll take a screenshot of the particular page in question, right? And I'm going to paste it here. So we're going to diagnose the problem, scan the entire code base, and find out what the problem is. Then once we see it, it's always good for you to try and understand what's going on in your code base as much as AI is handling everything. So when you ask questions like this, try and read the output that you receive. Don't just say, okay, it's done, and go on your merry way. So found the problem, there are two mismatches between what the front end sends and what the API expects. Front end sends, this full name, then API expects, so front end sends full name, API looks for display name, right? So there's an issue. So 3 issues are preventing registration. Now, this is basically for security, right? But let's see. So this will fix registration. Let's try and create an account now. Now, most times when you have issues like this, small issues like this, you can always also ask your AI agent to add console logs, enough console logs around that particular issue. You can take a screenshot and say, okay, this particular button or action is not working. Can you add console logs? So console logs, if you click this, you click inspect, you'll be able to see, go to console. Now, I know this feels very complex, but no, you'll be able to see the console logs here, and you can copy the entire log and take it to your AI agent, and it will just give you the right response on what's going on and be able to understand what's going on more, because there are bigger issues that you might have to debug in the future. Other things you can do is that most times, when you have already started your dev server down below, you can also copy from here. There might be responses around here too from your terminal that you might have to give your AI agent so you can really understand what's going on. Anyways, so let's try and sign in. So currently, after signing in, it takes me to this dashboard and says dashboard does not exist yet. So I want to go and check VisualPRD and see whether the dashboard has already been implemented. Let's see. Database, schema, API endpoints. So right now we are settings page, notifications, statements, duplicate detection, transaction. I'm not sure if the dashboard has been created already. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Currently right now it's just to wire everything up, connect everything that's already been built. So what I'll do is I'm going to clear this so I can save on tokens. I will select Sonnet 4.6. Right, you can also use Haiku for it too. So I'm going to clear this conversation. Then I'll say something like, so I'm going to use Willow voice for this. Currently, when I sign up, it takes me to a 404 page. The dashboard does not exist. Have we built the dashboard yet? So let's see. Have we built the dashboard yet? So I'm going to take a screenshot of this particular page here, right? And take it over here. So currently, this is the dashboard section here, step 207. Right, so we'll have to wait till then before we actually have a dashboard. Okay guys, so it's already been more than 24 hours and we are currently in the testing phase. If I go to VisualPRD, let me bring this in, right? We're currently in the testing phase because we're almost done. So in fact, most of the implementations have been done already. So at least we trust that all the API routes, all the functionalities have been implemented. So now here's where the human intervention will come in. We would now need, so I'll just bring that as okay. So we have this is where we're testing here. So this is the app itself. So to run the app, I'm not sure if I've in a previous video I already spoke about it, but to run the app, all we just need to do, you can come to your, now first you can tell your AI agent to npm run dev, npm, you can just tell it to run or start a developer server or a development server basically, right? But for me, I'm just going to run npm run dev. It's the same command and it's going to start out the application for me to now test it, as you can see here. So now the UI is not there yet, and there are a couple of things we need to fix here and there. Some things are not loading properly, but so far, like I said, the basics has been done. So let's continue from there. Now, one thing I'm going to give you a couple of my tips and tricks right now at this stage. Now, the first tip is do not just go directly to tell your AI agent or give it commands. That's just my tip. I will always use an external, like for this Claude Code. I'm using Claude. This is the app on my Mac, right? So I'm going to I'll talk to Claude Code about my ideas, and then whatever prompt it gives me, I'll take it over to my AI agent here to work on it, because Claude Code will be able to explain things in a more technical way. It will be able to also help me express my ideas, because I'm just going to be using simple words. That's it. That's how I vibe code. I'm going to take this out of the screen, and I have this section here. So now let's start from the beginning. So currently, I want to have it functional, right? So the idea is that we want it to be that we can be able to upload our bank statements, right, and get everything extracted. You understand? Let's remember what the functionality is right now. And then I also want to go for this design, right? And I'll show you how I'm going to do that shortly. I want to go for this design and make it pretty much functional, right? So now I'm going to do is I'm going to take screenshots, right? I'm taking screenshots. I'm going to be dragging them into Claude Code here. So follow me. So now I have all my pages here. Now, of course, there are some pages that don't follow that same design. Now we have a lot of pages. I'm sure we might even have more inside of our project, right? Because VisualPRD basically thought of as many like different pages that we might need, and some of them are not included in this design. So we're going to have to account for that. So I'm going to talk to Claude shortly and just give it an idea of what I want. So basically what I want to tell Claude or my AI agent here, whatever AI agent you use, just do it separately. Never come to your AI agent and say, add this, change this color or change that color. Never do that. You waste a lot of tokens. It's not necessary. Use an external AI agent, talk to it and plan with it. Then you go. It's the same principle. Plan first before you start executing anything. So my idea right here will just be to say, okay, I just built an app using prompts from VisualPRD. It's a platform that helps me to build my apps from scratch, and all the technical implementations have been done. But now I want to make the app look beautiful and everything functional, because there are a few things here and there that are not functional on the front end, right? That's what I want to say. And the idea here is I want to make everything functional. I want to also refactor the entire site to look like this, and any page that this design does not cover, you understand, I want it to also flow in the same design style as this. So let's have a list of all the pages, etc. So basically it's going to be then once I tell you what I want, the next thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to now ask it to give me a prompt to audit my app, right? So all I'm going to do, I will now carry that prompt, take it to my AI agent to now audit the entire application, and we'll move from there. Now the second thing I want to teach you about right now, so like I said, I'll pause the video and then you'll see me. I would have created that prompt by just talking to it. Remember, I use Willow voice. And but the second thing I want to talk to you guys about right now is an important step. Now that we have most of the implementations already done with VisualPRD, we can now go and get GitHub, right? So GitHub is very important because it's basically like free storage for your, let me click out of it. GitHub is basically like free storage, right? I'm coming, give me a second. GitHub is basically like free storage for all your projects, right? And let me explain why you need storage. You would, at some point, you will need to store the things you are building on the cloud, so that you can, anywhere you are, you can easily get that particular package or file that you're building, because everything you're going to be building is basically going to be a file. So GitHub would allow you to be able to store that file somewhere on the cloud, right? And you can get it anytime. But now that's not the only thing that the GitHub will do for you. Now with GitHub, you can also how do I put it now? Use what you call repos, right? You can use repos, and repos allow you to store aspects of your project, right? Different aspects of your project in different files. And with that, when you store it in different different aspects of your project in different files, you can be able to do what you call version control. So for example, now the app you're using right now, some apps you're using right now, the version you're using is different from the version some others are using, because maybe they'll be testing new features, things like that. So it allows you to roll out different features, new features. It allows you to have multiple people working on the same project, etc. Now there are a lot of reasons why you should have GitHub, but for now it's just to store the current version of your project, so that if there's any issue at any moment, AI mistakenly delete your project, delete your code, because it can happen. If you're not careful as a new vibe coder, it can happen. Now for me, it hardly happens now, but in my beginning days, it did happen here and there if you're not monitoring it properly, right? With this system, so far, it's not going to happen. But it's good to still always commit. We call it commit. Save to GitHub. Because when you save your project to GitHub, it makes sure that you are secure there. It's very important. So what you should do is, you can ask your AI agent, how do I connect GitHub? It's that simple. I want you guys to be thinking, how do I connect GitHub? Then to give you all the steps to initialize GitHub and all of that. And you saw me what I did earlier when it came to a platform I needed to sign up to that I've never seen before. So to give you step by step, you sign up, create your repo, etc. That's fine. So I've given it the prompt, and it's telling me here that, okay, so it cannot currently see my files in my code base. I need to provide it so it cannot have more information. Of course, that's fine, right? But what I've now done next is that I now told it that, okay, so what you need to do now, let me tell you this, with this approach of having a different AI agent that you're talking to, you're planning before you actually implement anything. And I'm sure I would have also given a PSA too. Even when you're also going to be building with the VisualPRD's MCP server, you don't, the way I did it, my bazooka method of having AI just continue building automatically from beginning to end is not the way I will tell you to do it. AI is not there yet. I'm just doing this so I can rush through this entire tutorial. What you will do instead is that for every single prompt, or so for every single chat section, you say, oh, get next step. Once it's done with that particular step, you can clear it. So that might be a good way. Or you can still tell it to do it automatically and still follow my method, but it is better to do it step by step, so that every single step you're involved with the process of building your app and you understand what is going on, because as soon as it's done, to tell you what they're done, you can ask questions about it, etc. It's one of the best ways to build as a beginner. But anyways, now here, using this approach, what I did next is that I told it, okay, give me a prompt that so that we can understand how my code base works, and in that audit prompt, also guide the AI through the idea of what we're trying to do, refactoring the app, the design, etc., so that it can search how the code base works and try and understand how we can do what we want to do, which is refactoring the site based on with our current implementation in the code base, right? So it has given me the prompt, generated the prompt here. Now what I'll do is this. Can look at the prompt, tax snap is Nigerian management, all of that, etc. So I'm going to copy this and go over here. Now, why are we doing all of this? Why did we start with, for example, VisualPRD? Then we're now using this method to use another AI agent to now give us all these prompts. Why can't we just tell the AI agent straight up? Like I said, I've said it again and again. Working with AI, there are limits, right? There are a lot of limits. It has input limits, output limits. So you need to give it very surgical direction. Like, this is what you need to do. But if you tell it to do everything, you are going to have an app that would not be functional. There are going to be a lot of issues. That's why you do it this way. You have to plan properly, right? So that's it. And this is how I build, and it works for me. So follow your teacher. Anyways, while this is working, once it's done, I'll continue the video. Okay, guys. So at this moment, the entire audit is done. It's quite a big one, right? A couple of pages that were built that needs to be merged so we can have the design we want. A lot of things that we need to do here. So what I will do here is this. I'm going to copy the entire review and take it over to my AI agent here. I'm using Opus 4.6 here. Now, based on this information, you need to know exactly what we're dealing with. You know, how much work we have in front of us. The audit is excellent, Even as VisualPRD generated a prompt per feature approach. So the agent built 890 separate pages when about 45 of them should be panels, models. So yeah, so we have a lot of different pages. That's the classic AI built exactly what you specified issue, technically correct, architecturally run. So here now, one of the reasons why this also happened is because of, like I said, the batched build that we did immediately. So that's why I said that it's good that you, even if you're using VisualPRD, you do it step by step so that you make sure that you are looking at everything that is meant to do, right, properly. But anyways, let's continue. Let's see. Where is your TaxNav project located? Is on your local machine. So I'll say it's on my local machine here, right? So what should we tackle first? Let's see. I would want to work on phase 1 and phase 2, and then all the critical bugs. So I'll just say phase 1, and 2, then all the critical bugs. Then what's your priority right now? Make it look like the screenshots, get features, both refactor UI and everything together. So that's my priority. So this is why I love Claude. All right. So you also want to go and search the TaxNav project itself. That's what he's doing right now. This only happens on the desktop application. It won't happen on the normal Claude web. So if you have the Claude web, it's still okay. It will still give you a good answer, but it loves to exploit your project itself too. So it can give you a proper, a detailed answer. So that's if you have the desktop app. I don't see. Let me see if okay. I believe he's been able to find it. So currently, right, the entire audit is done. We have everything that we need here, right? And what I did off camera was I copied the entire audit and I gave it to the AI agent here. And after giving the audit to the AI agent, it has started to search the code base. Now, this is the Claude Code desktop application. If you have on your laptop, you can download the Claude Code desktop application because it's amazing. So it's searching through my code base so it can create a prompt that I can give to my actual AI agent to build it. But it wants to make sure that this prompt is surgical. When I say surgical, I mean it's correct. It's not just speculative. It's like, for example, as you're seeing here, it's done with the prompt. It mentions all the files that we have issues with and everything so that we can work everything out step by step. Now, before I give it to my AI agent, I want to show you the audit, what it said. So basically it said, okay, so the good news, the audit is excellent. When I gave it the audit from this AI agent here, the audit is excellent. The agent did a thorough job. The good news is that the backend logic, everything is solid. Auth work, transaction work, receives work, statement upload works. The core engine is there. It's just the front-end architecture that is fragmented. Now, I'll say this off camera. That's something that we're also trying to work on more, even with VisualPRD. Currently, VisualPRD works great as a technical, like a guide for all the technicalities, the back-end, front-end, while normal vibe coding would focus on the front-end first, how it looks, things like that. So it's now in reverse. So now the real problem is that VisualPRD generated a prompt per feature approach. So the AI agent built 90 separate pages, when 45 of them should be panels, modals, sections within 3 core views. So the pages are correct, but it's just scattered everything out. So we now need to work on all of that. So that's what it's doing right now with this prompt that we have. So now typically this would be my strategy for this. I would want the AI agent to give me step-by-step prompts, not just full-on prompt to give my AI agent, but I'm trying to move fast through this build. But my advice for you will be, you tell the AI agent again, can you give me step-by-step prompts? You understand? So that you handle everything step by step. And in every one of those step-by-step prompts, you can also tell it that you should tell your AI agent, that's the AI agent you're going to be using to build your app. So also make sure that it also comes up with its own ideas around it. If there's anything we need to optimize, etc. That's how I build basically. So I'm just going to copy everything we have here, and I'm going to take it to another AI agent here. So I'll clear this conversation, right? Currently, like I said, I'm currently using Opus. I'm going to go over to Sonnet 4.6. It's a very detailed instruction, so it can handle it. Send it over, and once it's done, I would, I would update you guys. Okay, guys, so it's done. It's everything, and this is what we have right now, right? Transactions, tax reports, but it's not loading. So let's now try and fix those problems. So what I'll do is I'll go back to my AI agent here, bring it over here, and say, okay, so it's done with all of the work. I've noticed that the color patterns and everything, it's not that great, like according to like in terms of the match with the screenshot. But that's fine. That's not my focus right now. My focus is just on the necessity of certain components, right? For example, the total income, total expenses, tax estimate on the home page, receipt coverage, the missing receipt section. I want to find out if we have functionalities that will be able to fill out these sections of the UI, with data, dynamic data, right? Then when I click on transactions or tax reports, I get errors. So I took a screenshot of that particular page there, and then I also recorded my voice, and I'm going to paste that here. So that's an example of the error that I get. It just blacks out the entire screen, and then I get this particular error. So I have an idea on what the error is. It's mostly going to be an index problem that is not deployed, and I know it has already been built. So what we just need to do is once it digs into the issues, to give us a prompt that we can now take over to our AI agent to now fix the problem. So this is how I like to build, right? Now I can use, what I will do now is that I'm going to use this system to test out different aspects of the app. And then any issue I notice, I'll give it to my AI agent here. That's my planner. Then copy whatever prompts that I have, and I'll copy the prompt and then take it to my AI agent and then give it. So I'll just keep doing that, right? Another extra tip is this: if what you're working on is a very technical issue, something that you've been experiencing again and again and again, even when it tells you it's done, what I would normally do is I'll copy this and take it to the other AI agent and say that, okay, that particular feature is done right now. Can you give me another prompt to audit the entire code base to make sure that the problem that we had earlier has been solved, right? And it will give me that prompt. I'll take it to another AI agent, and most likely I'll see another problem. If I'll take that same audit prompt, take it to another AI agent, and then when I mean another AI agent, I mean I'll just click plus and then give another AI agent here. And if I see that problem is occurring at least three different occurrences, I would then ask for a more stable, I'll ask a question like, what's the most stable way to fix this problem? What exactly is the issue? And there are many things it will mention. So this is how you build. And as you're building, you're also learning more, asking questions, etc. Hello guys, so at this point, we're going to, the AI chatbot is done with the prompt analysis. So I have it over here. I'm going to copy it. So I'll take it over to the AI agent here and paste it. So I'm going to start a new chat, click conversation. I want to use Sonnet. Now, some of you might be wondering, the difference between different AI agents. Sonnet is quite good for almost everything you need. If you are managing your money with Claude, use Sonnet. But if you have a very big task, that it just seems difficult, you can go for Opus. But then it's very funny that if you're really managing your funds, maybe you're using the $20 account, then I'll say you can use Haiku, right? Haiku 4.5. Then you can now switch over to Sonnet when it's getting a bit harder. Then you go to Opus. Now, even me on my paid account for most of my projects, to manage my credits, I use Haiku. Then I switch to Sonnet if it's crazy. Then with that, I can manage multiple accounts with just one subscription, multiple projects. And you can see when I say multiple, like beginning to end of building the entire project, you can see that it can take a lot of tokens if you're not careful. Anyway, so right now it's working on the project. Once it's done, we'll see what is going to happen next. We'll just test a few things. Now, from the analysis, we see that it says that okay, it did not build the data layer is fully built. We just need a summary endpoint that aggregates this. So those things are built, but I believe VisualPRD did not build according to the UI, right? That we gave it. Now, it doesn't build according to UI. When we add a picture in VisualPRD, it just extracts design system. But we wanted to have the total income, total expenses, tax estimate. So from the data layer that we've already created, we just want to have like an aggregate information here pulled out. And some other small issues here and there we want to fix, like the loading issue here and all of that. So let's see. Once it's done, I will test. If there's any error, for example, this one, I'll take it to the agent and I'll keep working with that flow back and forth till I'm satisfied. Then we have other ways to keep testing to make sure everything is stable. Okay guys, so at this point I'm going to record the rest of the video without showing my face while we finish up building the app. And we have some of the functionalities working already. For example, transactions. Let me bring this closer here. Transactions is working, and we just need to deploy the indexes. Now, what are indexes? When you are dealing with Firestore, you notice that indexes basically are a way to store up or optimize your queries. So queries basically any single time we connect to the backend Firebase, right? We're going to be querying data. We're going to be getting data from Firebase. So it's a way to speed it up. That's one of the ways. There are many other reasons why we have indexes, but it just helps with that. Now, I am going to tell you to please deploy. And let's look into this error. So now, since I got the prompt from the other AI agent here, I don't know, I have to reload this page, but I got the prompt from my AI agent here and I gave it to it earlier off camera, and it's fixed that problem. So now, because I'm sure this one knows what the problem is exactly, I'm going to go over to this stack report and take a screenshot of the page, right? And I can take it over to the AI agent. So I'm going to bring it here. Now, what you might have noticed me pasting pictures here. Now, the way you paste pictures in Claude, the chat section, is not by dragging and dropping it. You copy the picture, right? So for example, if you have any picture, let me open up my Finder folder, right? If you have any picture here, you can just click copy and you can copy it. You can't directly drag and drop images here. All right, so that's important. So I'm going to send this off. So while that is working, I want to look at other aspects of the site that we need help with, right? So we have this should probably be pulling from the backend now. We don't have any data right now, so we can't test it yet. And then also this should be pulling from the backend, but it's when we test it that we'll be fully sure. Then transactions, we should see all our transactions, tax reports. Now I might want to rename the pages, right? Because so the next thing I want to do is to find out what does these different pages do in the app. then I'm sure that, okay, also the settings, account settings section, we need more help with that because some things are not organized properly. So those are the things we need to do. So firstly, let's just focus on this section here, or this page. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go back to my AI agent here, and I'll just tell it, okay, so now off camera, I've noticed that I think this page is already overloaded. So let me go over here. I think it's overloaded, right? Because it's already, some of its responses has been truncated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it that it should help me. When I say overloaded, that means it's already reaching its limits, right? And I don't want to continue, to give me poor quality. So I'll say, can you give me a prompt I can use to give another AI agent to explain every single thing we've done here, and so that it can continue from where you stopped. So while that is working, to give me a handoff prompt, I can take from that AI agent to continue its work. What I want to do is I want to understand every single page, its functionality. Now I can go to VisualPRD and look at it, right? And I go to VisualPRD and look at it. In a second, let me reload. It's been open for some time now. So if I come to VisualPRD, I can look at the different pages that we have and what they should be doing, etc. But I don't want to do that, right? I just want to understand what we have in our project, because we have to clean up a few things. So it's not going to look exactly the way VisualPRD presented it to us. So that's why I'm not using VisualPRD directly. But anyways, what's happening? It's not giving me exactly what I think it's continuing from where we stopped. So what I would do is I'm just going to tell it to stop, right? And send this over again. So I believe it's creating a handoff prompt, but I think it's trying to create the handoff prompt directly in my project here. It's creating a file in my project with all the entire prompt. That's what it's trying to do. So let me just allow it to run, and I'll see what's going on there later. But I'll take it off screen. Let's focus on this right now. So now, right now, the index has been deployed. So I said I can check the page now, but let's check it. Look how, so it's working now. So this particular page is to get a full tax report. We have our transactions page, we have our dashboard, etc. Now, I think at this point, I can also try and use Claude Code here to also ask you questions about the project, right? Just don't mind me. It's just a habit for me to use an external platform, and it will help you out in many scenarios. But let's try and use this one here. So what I'll say is this: can you do a full report of this entire application, all the pages and that we have, right? And how they function, or what their function is. Then what, based on what this app is meant to do for a user, all right? So you generate that entire report and give it back to me. So like I said earlier, I need to understand how all the pages work, their names, their routes, etc. So we can see if there's still any unnecessary page that is not connected, properly in terms of the user flow. There are still some UI screens that we need to work on. So don't worry. Once this is done loading, I'll continue the video. Okay, so here we go, and it's done. So now this is what we have: tax now full application reports. This tax. Now I'm always trying to enforce what we have in the project and make sure that everything we have is aligned with our purpose. So the main hub of the app is the dashboard, renders the tablet interface, dashboard transaction report, uses lazy loading surfaces, tax liability estimate, receipt coverage, right? Summary and metrics, transactions, right? Are imported from bank statements or created manually. Each transaction can be classified, categorized, tagged, noted, and matched to a receipt. That's beautiful. So route, transaction review, list of transactions needing classification or review, detail view, classify and notes, add notes or tags, attach receipts, AI assisted single classification, business versus personal, right? So classify. Now there are a lot of routes that are unnecessary still, right? And we need to still consolidate it into one page, right? Then receipts can be uploaded, OCR processed, reviewed, and linked to transactions. The app tracks whether each transaction has supporting documentation, etc. Bank statement import, expense categories, tax tracking reports, settings, account profile, background jobs, TaxSnap uses Google Cloud Tax for async operations. Okay, so that's fine. We even have an admin dashboard that we don't have access to yet. So we need to work on that. Then the core user entities are user, transaction, and receipts are tagged to transaction. So a receipt can be attached to a transaction, then receipt transaction match, then category. So we have different categories that transactions can be categorized with. Then we have the bank statement, duplicate group, clustered potential duplicate transactions, tax year record, report, audit log, job. Beautiful. So a Nigerian business owner or a small business owner will use TaxNav to import bank statements via CSV upload, review important transactions, and resolve any duplicates. Upload receipts for business expenses, classify transactions as business or personal manually or via AI, then categorize them into tax relevant expense categories, then track which transactions have supporting receipts, then estimate their tax liability at any time, then generate a tax report. Beautiful. So that's good. But now like I said, my main problem is just with the front end, right? That's the only thing that the communication from VisualPRD to the AI agent, we need to work on it. The backend is working already. So from what we can see from the analysis. So let's try and work on this. So what I want to do is I'll take it on that AI agent. Okay, it has created the prompt to hand off, right? So I'll still go to under AI agent here, click the new chat. Over here. So when this is done, we'll continue. Okay, so it's working through it. Once it's done, it's continue. But I think I would want to switch to the web. So I want to switch to the web because I don't want it to always have to search the code base and all of that. It's not necessary right now because we already have this agent that searches the code base. At this moment, I'm getting tired of this. I'll just stop this and I'll close this section here. And I'm just going to open up a chat on the web. So I'll bring this here. So what I'll do is I'll just paste this here. Sorry. Yeah. So with this, we will not have to search the internet every few minutes. Right? Sorry, our code base, because it doesn't have access to it. The other Claude Code agent, this one has direct access to our file because we downloaded it as a desktop app. This one is just a web app. So yeah, we'll continue from here, and I'll just explain what I want now. Something else. Yes, already deployed. Anyway, so what I want to do is this. I need you to help me with refactoring the app still, right? There are a lot of routes and different pages that are not visually pleasing according to our handoff document in terms of how the dashboard should look like and the other pages should look like. So currently I have Google Stitch. Google Stitch is an AI platform that allows me to generate UI designs. So I would want to generate UI designs for some pages that were not covered in the original Google Stitch design. I'll also paste some of those pages that were covered in the original design, and you would see it, or you'll be able to see it here. And from there, the idea is that we can generate designs for other pages that are not covered, and then we modify them so that we can connect them, so that, because we have is a website, so there's some pages that are unnecessary to be its own route, right? Either it should be embedded in a tab view experience, for example, the settings page, profile page, things like that. So there are a lot of pages that are just scattered up and about, so I need help with fixing it. Yeah, that's it. So what will be the next step? I will send you an audit from my site, all the different pages. I'll also attach a screenshot of the images that we generated with Google Stitch. So I just used Willow Voice, and I was able to say this here. So this is the prompt, right? And I'm going to send it off now. But first, before I do that, I would also want to attach the Google Stitch prompts. Now, here, this, and this. So I'll attach it again, and then I'll also attach the full application report. So with this, it should give me step-by-step analysis of what we should do. Now, using this strategy, it will help us analyze any problems or basically a clear strategy, right? What's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next step? One thing I wanted to say is this: there are a lot of people who with this kind of workflow with AI, like, isn't AI doing all the thinking for you? At this moment, I would say yes, personally, right? Because now I have my thoughts, and most of when I'm building, I infuse a lot of my ideas. But when I want to speed through a problem, right, this workflow works wonders for me, right? It's really beautiful. So it helps me. Yeah. So let's see. So this, let's see what it generated. So these Google Stitch designs look great. Dashboard, transactions, tax report views are clean and consistent. The core problem is you have 90 plus routes, but most of them should be consolidated into handful of primaries. Now look at this example here. Earlier we had fixed it with one prompt, right? But it's not fixed. We still have a lot of other routes that we need to fix. So this is an example of working with AI. I call it gaslight. It's not really gaslighting. It's not lying to you, but like I said, you have to understand that it has limits, token limits, input limits, output limits, right? So it can't cover every aspect of your app. And most times, if you notice something, when it wants to do anything, you see that it has a task, and it uses different patterns to search through your entire code base. Basically, that's what it does. But it can, because it has input output limits, it's limited. There are certain things you cannot find or cover all the time, right? So most times, at times you might have to rewrite, or if you have an audit prompt, you run it multiple times to catch multiple errors. That's one thing you might have to do sometimes when you want to do a full app-wide coverage, right? So here we now need to say, okay, let's read what it said. Here's what I suggest: you send me the full audit route, run this from your project route, and share the output. So I should run this. So I'm going to, and that's okay. This gives me every route in the app. I would map every route into one of these buckets, keep a tab. Okay, so that's good. So let's continue. So now the first thing we need to do right now, and I think we should just have a note for that. The first thing that I would want to do, so I'm getting a note out, is I want to work on all the routes, right? So that's page routes. So I want to work on all the routes, and I want to make sure that all of them are like any route that should be consolidated into one page instead of standing on its own page, that we combine it properly. So that's what we want to do right now. So what I will do is this: I'll tell it, okay, what you need to do for me is give me a prompt that would scan the entire code base, right, and handle everything for me, even run this command you gave me earlier, this bash command, right, so that we can get all the routes in the app. And then once I give you the results, you can take the next step. So while that is working, in the background, I'm going to get the prompt from here and run it here, and then we'll continue from there. Now, one thing I will say is this: when I get the prompt from here, because the prompt will be very, very specific from Opus, I don't need to run a very powerful model here too. I can even run just Haiku, and Haiku will do a good job, right? So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, guys, so it's done with the review, and I gave it the review from my AI agent. Now this is the review I have. So stage designs we need. We already have designs for dashboard, transactions with detail panel, tax report. Design needed, so we need receipt hub, gallery grid of receipt thumbnails, settings, statement import, receipt upload modal, right? Export modal, transaction detail, slide over. That's good. So one detail that I want to go over here is I want to go to the stitch section. Now let's try and examine how I also want the app to work, because it's very important. Now because some of these screen designs too might not even be necessary, but we'll try and move quickly. So firstly, users can see all their recent transactions here. They can click upload bank statement, so they can see just like a breakdown. This one is also really good, this information here, right? It says missing receipts. So how many missing receipts? Maybe like if they have a couple of transactions that have no receipts at all, it will flag it here, right? I also want it to be that when they come to the transaction section, they can see those receipts flagged, so they can, maybe there will be some kind of UI change for those kind of receipts. That's my idea, right? I think I should also be recording this with Willow. So I'm going to tap activate Willow. So this is the way I want the app to work, right? The main dashboard, it has different key highlights: total income, total expenses, tax estimate, receipt coverage. All the that means all the receipts or transactions we have right now in our app, right? Now, it's good to note that all these things I mentioned on the dashboard is already implemented, but the receipt coverage, it looks like it should be all the transactions right now we have in our app, right? Are they all covered fully in terms of proper tags, and then proper maybe even adding receipts to them too, right? That's what this marker should be. Then we also have the missing receipt section that shows how many receipts are missing, in terms of expenses. Now, of course, not all expenses will have receipts, but yeah, that's it. And I also like the receipt status and then the categorization status. If a categorization has not been done automatically, then we should flag it. Then currently in our app, categories are empty in the backend. They are empty. Right, so I'm thinking that I'm asking, would that be, and I think that should be an admin functionality to create more receipts, but currently I think the users can create receipts. Now the next thing is the transactions page. The user can view all transactions, but I'm not saying where from the dashboard they can go there. Now on our main app itself, we have a tab bar where we can do that. That's cool. But I think instead of a tab bar, we should have a menu bar by the left where we can filter through all transactions and received, etc. And we can play around with all the pages, just like the screenshots. Then the next thing is that we have when we click on any, we go to all transactions. If we click on any of the transactions, we can see the filter section, right? Where I'm not sure if we need that filter section. We can just have the right side panel where we have transaction details, where the user can change the category and also play around with the description, how they received, anything like that, right? Then the tax report summary is cool, but I don't think we need this page anymore, to be honest. I don't think we need it because we already have the dashboard page. This already shows us total income, then tax estimate, right? Then it says based on 15% effective rate. So that will be based on the rates we've gotten from our search so far. But yeah, that's everything. Now, although in the all transactions page, we can have the generate PDF report. So we can now have all the entire PDF already automatically generated. So we'll make it much more simpler for users to navigate. Other things should just be settings, playing around with their settings, maybe their account, profile, etc. But any other thing will not be necessary in this app. Any other page will not be necessary. Then we can have the admin panel. So in the main dashboard, you can just put admin panel there, and we can see all the admin panel settings consolidated into one view with the tab bar by the left too. That one we don't need any. We don't need any special custom claims to control it. It's just going to be it's just going to be there for now. Later we can hide it, so from normal users. Okay, so now I just finished recording my thoughts here. You can pause to see, and what I've done so far is I've just spoken on my thoughts around how the app should look like, some pages that should remove. For example, this page, I don't think we need this page anymore if we already have this page, right? For now, just to make it simple, we just have the dashboard where the user can upload the bank statement. Then we'll have a page where they can upload the bank statement or a modal that appears, right? When they click here, because I don't really like users moving up and about between pages. I like them for a web app, do as much as you need to do on one particular page, right? But if we absolutely need to move to another page, then that's fine. Then even all this recent transaction section too, we can just take them to the main transaction page here using the tab bar for navigating instead of that. If you look at the app right now, you see that we have this section here, so it can be a tab bar, like a menu bar by the left, right? And that will help us manage everything. So some other changes here and there, all right? So yeah, let me send over the prompt. Let's see. So based on this, there are some pages that we might not need or might need to tone them down, right? So I also add some information here. Another thing that I need to also add is I would prefer that we don't have to navigate between multiple pages for a website. That anything that we need to do on one particular page, we do it on that one particular page. For example, upload bank statement. If you click on it, it's better a modal shows up that you now upload. Then on the dashboard, in the dashboard itself, it now shows you a loader for it, so we can create that design on Google Stage, right? So everything we need to do, we do it on one page. We absolutely need to move on that page. It might just be the view all transactions page, where we can also export the entire report, right? And then maybe our settings page, just to play around with our settings. So just created that. So this is the prompt I just created here. You can pause to see, play around with it, but this one is still being generated. So once it's done, I'll send over this prompt. It will add to this information, whatever document it's creating, and I'll see if I should take the prompt and give my AI agent to refactor the site. Okay guys, so it's done processing. It says, so you are pushing even further, especially a 3-page app. Everything is mostly modals, inline statement, rather than navigation. Let me reframe. Page 1 dashboard, the home base, all transactions, then settings, profile, preferences, admin, and that's it. Sorry, my mistake. Now there's also the login page too. So you might have, okay, so it said it here too. So it has given me two files. The first file is all this tax snap stitch design prompts. So I'm going to take this over to Stitch over here, and I'm going to paste it here. So let's see what it comes to say. So take some time to come up with something here. The next thing is the TaxSnap version 2 revised blueprint. So what I'm going to do is this, right? So for the TaxSnap version 2 revised blueprint, because it's quite a major refactor, I want you to help me with a verification prompt that will that would verify that, okay, everything we want to, that the problem we want to solve and everything we want to happen, in the direction that we're given in the TaxSnap version 2 revised blueprint has been done. Because if I give the AI agent this one, it might tell me it's done and it was not able to finish everything. So let's reinforce that, has this been done? And then I can take that same verification prompt and give it multiple times till I'm sure that it's fully done. That's it. So I just created the prompt here. I'm going to send it over. While I'm doing that, I'm going to copy this particular prompt and take it over to my AI agent here. And I will clear this chat. Right? Click here, send, bam. So I'm using Opus currently. I don't want to use Opus. So let me change the model. Switch model, Sonnet. I can just say continue. And to continue from where it stopped here, that's it. That is working. Let me see what's happening with Stitch. Do I have new pages? Apparently we do. So firstly, we have the simple, so it has really made things easier for us. So we have the notifications panel, here we ask questions, dashboard, transaction settings, then total liability, pending tax, estimate tax saved. I think this is actually better, right? Then I'm wondering why this is different. We have two separate pages. This one is TaxSnap comprehensive dashboard. So this one is TaxSnap app shell and sidebar. I prefer this design to this one. This one feels too busy. There's a whole lot to look at, but I feel like for something that is a transaction based app, even though it's quite complex, what it can do for you, but it's easier to just look at if it's like this. But this one feels like, there's a whole lot to do. So I don't like this. Then if I click on upload bank statement, this will appear. I can upload it and I'll see it working in the background. That's fine. Then all transactions here, can click and see exactly what I asked for. Then this is the settings section. This is the generate tax report, tax snap, bank process. Okay, this is when it's processing your bank statement and is loading. So this is on this particular page here. But this one, I'm going to have to just delete this one because I don't like it at all. I'll just delete it. Okay, so this is good. We have all that we need. So while that is working, let's see what's going on here. It's still processing in the background. So I will just tell you that, okay, so good news, I just got the Stitch prompts ready, like the Stitch designs ready. What I want to do is I want to take it to an AI agent that is very good with image generation. And that AI agent is going to be good. I'm going to use either Nano Banana or a ChatGPT model, right, for division processing. So once it's done, to give me full design specs of how the app, of how the page should look like, etc. So that will help me out a whole lot. So the next plan is that once I get those design specs, you can give me a prompt for every single page that we're going to redesign, right? And I will now attach the design spec to those prompts. So currently, the pages that we have here that I'm okay with right now are the main dashboard. Then there's the upload modal, how it will look like when they upload it to now work in the background. Then there's the design of how it looks in the background. You can cancel import, you can do a whole lot of things, live processing, it shows there. Then there's the generate tax report. It's also a modal. There's the settings section, is a modal, but it has a left sidebar. And there's the all transactions page. And now that's all the pages that we have currently. So I have to make sure these are all the pages that we have in this app. And there will not be the admin page, which will have the same design as what we have here. But yeah, that's it. So, like I said, what I'm going to do right now is that I'll just take these screenshots to ChatGPT and say, oh, because ChatGPT's models are very good in UI design or vision extraction and understanding, right? So I'm going to ask ChatGPT's models, oh, please, can you explain this design, be very detailed with it, like you're describing it for a UI UX designer or an AI chatbot to replicate the exact design, like frame by frame, basically, right? That's what I'm going to tell it. So once it's done, I'll bring the prompts over here and I'll take it to the AI chatbot. But currently, the AI chatbot is done with its processing. It says current state. I have a complete picture of where the code base stands, right? What do you want us to tackle next? So key issues to resolve, fix now, all of this. I don't know, was that prompt an audit prompt? Let me see. So let me see, revise blueprint. So this is what we need to do. Yes. So now, thank you for the complete analysis of the code base. But have you remodeled the entire application to follow the revised blueprint that I gave you earlier? That's the next plan. Okay, so I have generated the screenshots, design descriptions using ChatGPT 5.2. I did that here, 5.2. That's the highest one. So you can play around with it when you design your own. And I mean, just check what it generates and you can read through it, but you can see it's quite detailed. So what I'm going to do right now is that I'm going to just copy everything, basically. Just copy. Right? And take it over to this AI agent here. Here are the design descriptions. And it's going to process it for me. Why that's working, let me check on this. So it has done the full remodel, right? Files created, then routes deleted, 85 across 75 directories, all eliminated. All of this has been done already. So the app now has a true 3-page architecture, so 3 user pages plus 5 auth pages plus 13 admin pages, all under API routes. That's fine. So let's wait for this prompt. So what this is going to do, basically, I'm sure I can guess the way it's going to think, is that it's going to go over to try and update the prompt I gave it earlier about, I asked it for a prompt earlier that I could give to an AI agent to design, this design extraction. I'm not sure if it's this one. There's something I gave it earlier. So to try and update it with all the individual prompts of all the pages, right? It was a prompt to give my AI agent here, to remodel the different pages. So let's wait for it. So it's done. It has updated the prompt. So prompt 1, left sidebar, the application, app shell, the tag. So now it's describing it. So you just updated it, plus the design description, all of that. So these are different individual prompts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now take it step by step. I won't just paste everything. So this. So I'm just going to copy this, go over here, then I would clear this here. So once I'm done clearing that, go over here, now paste it. Now I might still take out time and, you know, copy this up here. Because the token limits from Claude Code might not have allowed it to still go and copy all these design descriptions word for word to add to it, not have added it directly to the prompt that it gave us. So I still want to make sure that we are covered there, right? Let's see. Now paste it. So while that is working, let's wait a bit. Okay guys, so currently I've already given the AI agent the prompt 1 and prompt 2 from the document that was created. I'm in prompt 3 right now, right? And before we even work on prompt 3 and we see what the design looks like, I noticed that prompt 3 is giving us a description. The AI agent, Opus, he made a mistake, giving us a description for another page, but no, it's not another page. Which is this particular page? I'm talking about this one, this one here. This particular page is meant to just overlay over the main dashboard. That's all. So I want to make sure that I understands that. So I'm explaining it here. So you're saying that exactly what prompt 3 does. The upload mode overlays over the dashboard. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it's correct. Okay, I was wrong. Let me copy it here and go over here and now paste it. So while that is working in the background, let's check what the design looks like now. So yeah, as you can see, it's shaping up, right? It's giving us more of what we want. But there's still a few things we might need to fix, like the color. I don't really like this yellow. I don't like the yellow. And if I go over to the design, the Google Stitch, we see yellow here, but nowhere else. So I think we'll try and move for a different color, not yellow. And let me also check VisualPRD. Did we ever analyze yellow? Let me just look at one of the pages. And the yellow wasn't, it's some kind of, I won't say this is yellow, it's orange or something. So that must be a mistake because it keeps trying to emphasize yellow. Let me go back here. So I've seen what it has done from the refactor and it looks good so far. My only problem is the yellow. I don't like the yellow. The yellow feels off. Right, it just feels off for some reason. So I want us to try and fix it, and let's choose a different color, right, instead of yellow. And yeah, that's it. So I'm going to take a screenshot of the page and send to you. So I'm processing my prompt here, and I will take a screenshot of the page with the yellow, so to help me do a deep scan of it. So the main thing is that if yellow is one of the design systems, or, pick colors, let's change it. Let's find a way to change it, audit the entire site and fix it. Okay, so now while that is working, I'm just going to check the other pages. Let's see. So we have settings, looks good so far. AI classification, duplicate detection, admin panel. This is cool. So I believe this is meant to take us to the other pages. Beautiful. So far it looks good. But this receipt coverage wasn't supposed to be here though. I think the AI agent still chose to leave it there because of the previous implementation. So if I want to remove it, I might tell it okay to explicitly remove it. But for now, I'll just leave it here. Let's just see how, or when I'm done with pasting all the prompts, how everything comes out. So let me check the update now. Okay, so I'll update you guys when it's done. Okay guys, so this is still loading. But while that is loading, Claude is asking us a question about the color system. Right, I think I would like to go with teal or violet, those two. So I would prefer, let's see. I think violet might be better. That's just my choice. I'll go with teal. So I'll go with teal. And let's see what's gonna happen. Now I'm sure there's a prompt to do something here. Let's go. So while that's loading, I'll update you guys when this is done. Just wanted to show you the question I had, but it's almost done here. See, just running verification. Things I would want to change if I was working on the app myself. Honestly, for example, now how the interaction when the user hovers over these buttons. These are small things, and that's why sometimes the UI can take some time. But I won't really care about that right now. So far, to me, it looks good. It looks simple to use, and I like it. But I also try and work on maybe adding an image for the logo and things like that. But like I said, right now it looks good. Then there's also the about. I don't know. We have this. Let me just drag it up here. The sign out option here. So that's fine. And let's check if this is done. It's done. So now what we can do is we can skip to, I'll go over here to approve. So we can skip to the next prompt. So I'll go back up here and I'll go to prompt. I really use prompt 5. Upload modal. Let me see what this did. So this is page 2, the dashboard page. So that's prompt 2. So I'm prompt 3 now. Yeah, so I think we've already done prompt 3. Sorry, this confused me. So let me just approve this. It should be in prompt 4. So clear conversation, so I'm not confused. So we also clear conversation to also save tokens. But yeah, so prompt 3, then I'm prompt 4. Let's see. Transactions page. So I'm going to copy everything here, take it over here. Now at this point, I know I told you guys about GitHub. I would want to initialize my own GitHub account. And I spoke to you guys about it earlier, that you should try and study how to do it so that we can save our work. I'm going to go to GitHub, right, and try to create a new repo. So I'm just going to create a new repo. This repo is going to be called tax snap. You can give it a description. I'm going to go for private. Now private, it gives you a layer of security, so nobody can like, even if you make any mistake like publishing your keys or whatever, nobody can steal it unless you have a member in your organization. So I prefer private. You know, the other things can be handled later. So now we have this ready. The next thing I want to do is I want to copy the link. Right, once I copy the link, I'll ask that I'll just create another AI agent here that I'll just say initialize git. Sorry, initialize git, right, and then push to main. I don't need to say too much, but you understand what I'm saying. And come over here. So while that's working, you can observe this. We have this one working, we have this one working, and then we have this one working too. So I'll update when it's done. Anyways, at this moment, it has updated the color of the site, upload statement, upload. It's possible that something. Now, I like the black here. This is black, but it feels weird. I feel like maybe this should be white too. Like this particular button. Anyways, I will leave the UI decisions until later. Even okay, this page is okay, sure, but I'll leave the UI decision until later. There are a lot of small UI changes I would love to make, and when it comes to the UI user interface, it can take some time. But so far, it's coming out to look like what we had in our Google Stitch here. It is, and I like it. You know, so but there's more work to be done to make it look perfect, right? Transaction still takes us to the same page, so by the time the transactions page is done, to look good. So this particular section here is done. It has pushed to main. So let's go back to GitHub again. I closed the page to go GitHub. Right? I can go over to our new repo. Give me a second. Need to reload the page. So I'm on the repo now, and we've pushed it. So it's actually here. So I've saved the code on GitHub right now. So we can continue from here. Anytime we want to send new updates to a different branch, the branch can be a different version of the same project. So all these files you are seeing here can be saved somewhere else. But now you can add new updates on that other branch. This is only one branch, but you can add new updates on that other branch. Then when you want, you now send it to this main branch. The main branch is the main one, is the default. You can call it, I believe you can call it any name, but it's typically called main, right? So it's the default branch. Default branch is the main branch that you use to do, like, to present your production code, the code that is ready to take to the market. Other branches can be used to present other parts of, like, other versions of the app with different features, experimental features, things like that. You know, so but yeah, let's go back to it. And I'm going to close this chat later. First, let me do this. So yeah, this section is done with the colors. When I say in prompt 4, so we should be preparing to get prompt 5, you know, to the other AI agent. So I believe that right now I can actually even give prompt 5 in you know, to another agent to work on it. So let me take it to another agent, or I can even use this existing agent here. And just so when I block this out, is because it's now more like a reflex action. If you leave this might be context from another. This is basically a way to pass context if you copy. Let me show you. So for example, if I look at any line of code, basically, for example, this bash, and I copy it, right? I believe it's copy. There's a particular action that either highlighting it or copying it, it's you can see it bash to output 5 T9, you know, it's the same thing. So that output was from this AI's execution, and it's storing the output here just in case you need to add it as extra context for this prompt. But the problem is I don't want to add it as extra context, but it's a default action. And I actually don't like it in terms of Claude user experience. It's better I go directly here to say, okay, I want to add this particular file. You understand? You can do that. Or you can say, okay, I want to browse the internet. This is it here. So Claude is really, really cool, because I feel like compared to some other competitors like Cursor, its UI is much more easier to play around with for someone who is non-technical. Yes, it's an IDE, but it's easier, right? So let me go over here, and I'm going to here. I'll log this out. Sorry, I'm supposed to do that here. Let me copy this back. Now paste this here. So while that's working, I'm going to go over here. Then I'm going to approve this. I'm waiting for this to finish. It's done. All verification checks pass. Let's check the transaction page now. This transaction page is how it looks. It's not bad. Like I said, for now, any other thing that involves UI changes, I'm not really going to care about it right now. Let's just leave this. Then settings, you know, we have everything set. That's nice. So it's looking better, guys. It's looking better. So right now, I'm going to go back here and keep approving. I'll clear this chart too. And over here, I'll clear this chart too, but let me approve this. Hey guys, so at this point of the video, I had a 22-minute recording where I had done a few things, already gone far, and then the recording just would not save. I've done everything to it to try and retrieve it. Also even went to, you know, spin up Claude on it, but it looks like it has disappeared basically. I'm using Screen Studio. That's what I'm using. Yeah, that's it. But anyways, I'll just try and make us catch up. So you already know right now that my workflow is based on firstly trying to test and see any error here. Now here, this page here I opened was because I saw there was an error when I was trying to upload a bank statement, and I was trying to test it out. So I tested different things, and you can also see this has also changed too. I decided that okay, this was going to be blue, and that the problem was that because these elements were blue and highlighted, we could just change it. And I asked the AI agent for a UI fix, so it gave me a prompt for UI fix. I believe it's up above. Yeah, UX fixes basically. So just for user experience, and it looks really like much more better. Then here I said that I wanted this header to be sticky, and yeah, here you go. So a couple of changes here and there. Now for the upload statement currently, right, I also wanted it to have different options, not just CSV, right? And the AI agent is telling me that it already works for CSV perfectly, but the other ones I'll have to wait, and because I'm introducing new functionalities. But the idea is that, let me get my CSV file. The idea is that a user can drop a CSV file like this for now, or PDF or any other platform, and once they drop it, they're able to click upload. And once they click upload, so this is what they also had an issue here earlier, and what I did, so you can see this is another error. So what I did was I click inspect to try and see what the error is. So inspect, go to console, because something we call console logs. It can print out errors. You can have your AI agent print out console logs when you are creating an action on web. This is only on web, right? Now even on mobile too, there's a way you can do that, but at least on web, and the best way to do it is go to the console log section and you can directly copy the errors, right? So that's things I can do. I can copy this error here. I can copy this error here. I can also take a screenshot. So I'm going to do both. Let's see. Then before I do that, also I want to also read the last message I had. So on Cloud Run for processing statements, I was also talking to the AI agent about, you know, the architecture for trying to upload data. So I said, so it said CSV is working fine, but it doesn't seem to be working right now. Do you think Cloud Run function would have been good for it? So I was trying to also explain the different type of functions we can have with that can handle this project. So most times when you want to deploy some kind of logic to the cloud with Firebase, and that's important to make your app more secure and also make it more functional. Because if your logic, for example, now this logic of trying to extract all the bank statements from the CSV we upload, if we make it on front end, it means that the user would have to be logged in, or with this screen will have to always be open. What if the user clicks or cancels or closes the screen? What happens? So if you allow it that it loads to the cloud, right, and the cloud processes everything, the user can close it and come back and the work is still being processed. So it's a much more better way to handle everything. So what I'm going to do, so I said, okay, so now the difference between, so we have multiple different ways. My favorite is either a cloud function. The thing is that your processing time is limited to 9 minutes. Then there is a cloud run function. Your processing time is limited to 1 hour. And then it's a cloud run job. And then that one, your processing time can be up to 24 hours. So you can have something running on the cloud for up to 24 hours. Depends on what you want. So when I'm saying cloud run, that means 1 hour. 1 hour is enough time to do this, right? So on cloud run for statement processing, yes, exactly right. Here's how you work. Upload API, saves raw. So that's why. So I just told it about it. Cloud tags, posts. You know, why cloud run specifically? What needs to be built? So that's it. So it says this is a significant infrastructure task. You know, 1 to 2 days of work. You know, want me to start on it. So I want to ask a question because I also want to know whether it's followed the instructions that VisualPRD had, because I believe VisualPRD asks for a cloud run job. I'm not sure. So for the PRD document that we used to build earlier, what infrastructure did you set for this statement processing? Because now we're trying to switch to cloud run, but what currently exists, and is it a good system? Can it work? Do we really have to use cloud run? So I'm creating my prompt now. I want to know exactly what exists so I can understand if it followed the instructions from the PRD generation system, right? That's VisualPRD. While that is working, I'm still going to take a screenshot from here, right? And I'll take it on that AI agent. Probably this one. And I'm going to clear everything here, clear conversation, and close this out too. And I'll say, sorry. And I'll try and copy this. I don't need to say too much once I do that, because I know what the error is, but you might not know what the error is as you're growing. Now, please, if you watch my videos on any other platform apart from YouTube, you'll hear that I always say stay curious. As you're doing things like this, ask questions if you don't know what's happening. You know, so that it can explain to you. You can ask it to dumb it down for you. Fine. But you might not have to use your AI agent to ask questions because you might waste a lot of tokens. You can use your or other AI agent. It can be ChatGPT, Cursor, whatever. Claude Code, whatever. So for me, I'm using Claude Code to do it. So while we wait for that to complete, once it's done, we'll continue from there. So I started recording here to tell you something also. Now, most times, as you're building, your console log is not the only place you can get errors from. You can also get errors from a terminal. Yeah, for example, now you see that index issue I had, you can also see the error was logged here. So you can also, and this particular error might even be more better, right? It's more clear also. But we're going to copy it. But basically, same with this query requires an index. And typically, you can just go to the internet and click and connect your, everything, right? But I'm not going to do that right now. What I'm going to do instead, I'm going to have the AI do it for me. So I'll just copy from here, because I feel like it captures all the errors. I'll paste it here. But let's see what it says with that, because it's talking about the upload flow. So I will try and upload again, and that was the old one. Let's see if there's any new issue. So yeah, now there's a new issue. So it said permissions denied, uncut error is snapshot listener. So I'm going to copy this. So it said deployed. Now let me also clean up the console log statements from the upload route since they're no longer needed. That's fine. Let me paste this here. So basically what it's saying here is this, that it added some console logs and everything, so you can see when there's an error, right? And all of that. So let's see something. Console. So the same error basically. So I've pasted the error here. I just send it up. Now, if you know how Claude works, now you can have Claude do two different things at the same time, because for every message you send, now don't send too much messages, because for every message you send, it spins up a lot of agents, and it has one major agent that observes all their work. So as long as everything is within the same goal, for example, my goal is to fix the upload flow, and I'm seeing a new error, it can still work, right? I don't have a lot of guidelines around it, but I know as you keep using it, you understand how to work and how to not overload it also, right? Anyways, let's see here. It says, so the fix is clean. Here's what changed and why. Anyways, yeah, so it's done. Let me just cancel import here. And let's wait for that issue to be, handled. So our issue right now is 100% just the upload statement flow. We just want to make it functional. Now, once the user clicks here, uploads, the task is handled in the background, and bam, everything is done. So let me see what we have here. We had a section here where we're supposed to see what the system, coming. I think I sent to the wrong section, because here we're supposed to see there was an AI agent that I had working on the. So this is the code-based audits. Oh, okay. So I think I made a mistake. But it still helped me fix the issue. The only thing is that I had it running a different task, and this was the code-based audit. Let me see. So I'll just take this task here and give to a new AI agent. Basically, this is done. I would clear this. So once it's done, I would continue the video. Okay, so let's see. I have the report I wanted to get about what our current system is fully. How it works with the CSV files processed synchronously inside the API route. Proper passes the CSV, now non-CSV files, PDF, create a placeholder, bank statement, doc, and it returns immediately. So it only works for CSV files. Their sync infrastructure, Google Cloud Tags, that's a job queue system, right? H creates a files to doc, Okay, so yeah, so let's see. It's a good system. What works well? CSV processing is solid. Now, if you don't understand any of this, you can ask more questions, right? It's fine. when you're working on your own project. But Cloud Tax is a reasonable choice for async jobs, graceful. Wait, the 60 seconds synchronous timeout is problem at scale. Now, so those are some issues. Then PDF, Excel, image processing is a stop. Fine. So do you need cloud? Not necessarily, but it depends on the problem you're trying to solve. Every PDF, do you need cloud run? A large CSV could fix with streaming or chunking instead. Scaling workers. So the current design system can work if you care only about CSV, but for PDF or image processing, which calls verify, the current stub needs real compute. So yeah, Cloud Run is one option, but you could also implement the process image job handler properly with the existing Cloud Tax flow. Okay, so I'll ask it this question: what would be the best scalable solution for this functionality? What would be the best solution? Then, or how would you build it, basically? And I also want it to be able to handle PDF, image processing, and other file types like XLSX, JPG, PNG, all of them. Okay, so basically, the problem with the current system, so it's done processing. The current architecture has one fundamental flaw. Your Next.js app is doing all the work. Cloud Tax just calls back into API jobs or process, meaning every job inside is a serverless function with 60-second timeout. So basically, let's see, and that's fine for sending an email. It's completely wrong for passing a 200-page PDF. So VisualPRD only planned for CSVs, and that's wrong. Now let's see, because I don't just want CSVs, right? I want to be able to handle background tags and everything. Now me as a developer, I'm thinking that with VisualPRD, that might have been my initial prompt, right? What I gave to it. And I want to look at that prompt again and see, because give me a second. So VisualPRD prompt, problem business owners, upload statements. Okay. Bank statement CSVs. Yeah. So my developer brain is correct. So the problem is actually from my prompt, right? No, app passes all transactions, delete duplicate. So basically it now thought about, okay, what's the best solution for this description I gave? So that's my bad, guys. That's my bad. Anyways, so why Cloud Run, not Cloud Functions? Remember, I told you guys about this earlier. 9 minutes max, 15 minutes, all of those things. I can go up 32 gig, etc. So there's a lot of, now this is for memory. I can store a whole lot. It is a whole lot. You don't even need up to this at all. Anyways, what you actually need to build. So let me go back. This is what we need to build. Anyways, what you don't need to change, the Cloud Tax infrastructure is solid. I just pointed to the Cloud Run, the CSV. Okay, so what I'll tell you to do now, this is my planning agent here. I'm not going to tell you to write any code, also because of the token limit, right? Now, what I will say instead is, can you help me write out a full plan to implement this thing? Right, everything we've spoken about here. So I want it to be a Cloud Run job. I want it to be able to implement CSVs, PDF, PNG, all of these files, right? And the entire function, like using verify OCR, everything using Cloud Run. So write the entire prompt, and then there should also be a verification prompt that can verify. And don't tell it what we're trying to build, how we try to approach it. Just talk about the problem that we had and try and see if it's solved with our current implementation and there's no issue at all. So that's what I want you to help me do. Now, with this prompt, will you give me two different prompts? One is the main prompt, second one is the verification prompt, right? And we can use that to build the entire system. Okay, so we have the prompt that we need. It's ready. So I'm just going to copy this the solution, build it, so master prompt, build prompt. So I'm just going to copy everything that we have here. So those are the verification prompts basically. So copy, and then we would cover this up and paste this. Right? Then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to use Sonnet, and let's get it up to work. So okay, I made a mistake actually. I would want to make sure that I don't have to activate any permission at all. So that's it. Let's just work automatically. So once it's done, I'm going to apply the verification prompt. So I would get back to you guys. Sorry, let me leave this screen here. I'll get back to you guys with any updates, and I'll test it. So currently at this point, it's done working. All right, but here's the thing. Now this is the Cloud Run function, right, that we changed, so you can handle more than just CSV files. Now this is where I'm going to say this, that one of my mottos while building with AI is I never trust what AI gives you. Never, because of its token limit and all of that. Like I can't trust that most times it has searched all the files. That's why I have the verification prompt. So I'm going to run this verification prompt, right? If you want, you can run them step by step, one by one. That's what I would do, but because I'm trying to rush through this build, I'm just going to run all of them at once in one single chat. So run all of them. So while that is working, I'm going to see the result it gives me. I'm going to come back here, and it said, okay, so Firestore index, right? The required composite index was already present, no change needed, right? Or all of that. So we have to, next time I would have told you to this to deploy, but let's get the verification prompt first. So it said, okay, version 1, this card bug is fixed, timing problem is fixed, all files types handled is fixed, pass. Now, I don't still like this kind of prompt because it's giving it technical details. My idea was more like, just give me a description of what the problem was and see if our current implementation solved it, right? Now, if I was you, what I would do is anytime I see a technical, because basically it's more like, it's explaining its thought process for another AI agent to see if that thought process was implemented. Of course, it's going to be implemented. The question is, the best way to see it, I share as a non-technical person to make sure that everything is okay, is to tell it, okay, describe what the problem was before and if it was solved, if it has been solved with our current implementation. But for now, this is fine, unless when we're testing, we find any kind of issue or error. So I'm going to come back here and say, okay, let's deploy. And so while that's working, I'm going to go back to TaskSnap. So let's check what's needed. So once it's done deploying, I'm going to come back. Well, let me check the other agents. Let me clear this one. Let me come over here. I also cleared this one. And here I'll clear this one too. Okay guys, so it's deployed. The Cloud Run job is deployed. And now when a user uploads Excel, JPG, whatever, the job doc is created in Firestore. Cloud Task calls the worker downloads, passes, duplicates, writes transactions with real-time status update on the bank statement store. So one thing I want to find out is if when we click upload, the blue mark that shows up here is also going to be connected to this system. So we'll test it because I doubt that it is at the moment. Now I say that AI do not target every single thing at once. So I'm going to use a PDF file and I'm going to click upload. Let's see what happens. All right. And right now it's uploading. It's taking some time. Firestore bucket and environment variable is not set. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I just tried out the flow and I got this error. So while that is working, I'm going to wait for it to fix it. I would want to get the screenshot of, I don't think I have a screenshot of that particular blue component, but I would go to Google Stitch and it's the exact same component basically. Take a screenshot of it, save to clipboard. Can you also help me investigate if this component, right? This component is meant to show after user has successfully uploaded the document, CSV, PDF, whatever document they choose to work with, and it's meant to also track the progress of the AI searching through all the documents and parsing all the transactions. It's meant to walk through the entire process. Now, the main concern here is how long this section shows up. I want it to be that even if the user closes the page, leaves it, comes back at any time, right, that it's going to automatically continue from where it's like they can see it because it's a background process. It's not a front end specific. So that's it. So there's an error here. I was going to regenerate. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so while this is working, once it's done, I'll update you guys. Okay, so that is done now. So it says that it's done, and you can also still ask for a verification prompt. Takes on that AI agent. It's part of my workflow sometimes, but I would test it out now. 63 naira. I think the last job completed. I think it actually did complete. That's cool. That's cool. But we don't have 100% rent like coverage. Receive coverage. We don't. So that's weird saying that. Well, so I don't even know that this one completed because I've not been on this screen since. Well, let me see all transactions. This is supposed to show information, business, right, personal. So I don't think it's categorizing everything properly, but that's cool that worked. That means, so this is basically the implementation from VisualPRD, but we've changed it already. So let's I'm going to ask that AI agent to delete all the transaction records every single day. So I recently uploaded a receipt and a bank account statement, and I want to delete all the transactions that it parsed, but because I want to retry it again. So can you help me with that? So it's going to go to the database and basically just delete all the transactions. Now you have to be careful with things like this. That's why you have this edit automatically. Imagine if you tell it to do something and it goes to your main database and it clears almost all your users' information. You have to be really careful with commands like this. Really, really careful. Right. But anyways, let's see what it does. Right now I'm still in testing mode, so I can play around with this. Anyways, let's see. So I'm going to upload the statement and I'm going to drag the PDF into it here. So let's see, upload, loading. I'm still going to have to remove the select your bank section because it still makes no sense. So still uploading is almost done. So currently it's supposed to be loading now. This is weird. It's not supposed to take up this much space. So something is wrong. Would have to fix it. But I have the same error again. So that means something is wrong. So I'm going to go over to my AI agent here, so I don't have to. I've already spoken about that error before. Now the fact that I'm seeing it happen again means there is an issue. So I just want this AI agent to give me a prompt that will clear it once and for all. Okay, so yeah, while testing the upload process, there are a couple of issues. Firstly, the design of the modal that shows the loader, right, is weird, right? It's taking up too much space, and we need to fix it. I don't know why it's like this. I don't know whether we have two different UI screens. I don't know. So let's try and work on that. Then the green, we might need to work on it because it looks off. Let's look for a better UI or color scheme for when something has been done. But yeah, it's too big. Then I believe there is another component instead of this one that is perfectly shaped on the screen. And I think that one works when you are uploading a statement, not when you've already uploaded it and it's live processing. The second issue is that when I try to upload the data, I get this error about code permission is denied, missing or insufficient permissions. It has happened 2 times now and it has not been fixed. Then finally, I want to also make sure that this entire system is working, that as soon as I've uploaded my statement, that this live processing model is connected to the Cloud Run job or the Cloud Run function that is parsing all the documents, and it's happening in real time, basically. Yeah, that's it. So now that I've done that, it might be functional, right? It might be functional, but I just want to make sure everything's okay. So it's going to give me a prompt to essentially take to my AI agent to fix everything. And some other things I want to look at is, you see this penny tax. This might be tax transactions that we need to categorize properly. And then in transactions page, currently things are not being shown properly. So I'm going to also create a prompt that talks about that. So currently, I also noticed something, right? On the main dashboard page, right? On the main dashboard page, we have a recent transaction section. And anytime I click on a transaction, down below a modal opens up to see transaction details. That should not be, right? The same way we have on the transactions page, once you click on any transaction, a modal appears from the right side, right? It's a drawer that appears from the right side. That's how it should work. Opening up a modal down below makes zero sense, right? Secondly, I'm seeing on the dashboard all cut, like pending tax 0, receipt coverage 100%, and I just uploaded this transaction. I've not added any receipts to it, nothing like that. So it should not have 100% receipt coverage. It should not have estimated tax saved or anything. I don't think everything is really working properly. The way it's supposed to work is that once I upload, any receipt component should have the feature where if you click on it, the modal on the right side opens up. But both on the transactions page, on the recent transactions page, on the dashboard, whatever. Then the total tax liability should be the amount that the user should pay in tax, right? Based on the FIRS information that we got online. Then the pending tax should be probably transactions that were not categorized. Now I'm seeing a lot of transactions like SMS alert charges, bank charges monthly, web Netflix subscription, and they were categorized as revenue or income. Very wrong. That's actually very wrong. So we'll have to see what cost. Maybe the AI agent that we picked or the model that we picked, something is wrong. Then let's see the receipt status, categorization status. We need to work on all of that. Estimated tax saved. So yeah, that's it. I'll give you all the screenshots you need so you can create a prompt that can give to your AI agent to fix this problem. Sorry, that was a long one. That's the reason why I don't just go to the AI agent to ramble, because I'm looking at a lot of issues at the same time and I'm recording my thoughts. Now, here's the thing. I feel like the issue is not from our implementation. I'm already even sure of that. Probably the AI agent that we picked, that we're using. So if you go to settings, currently we're using Vertex AI from Google to classify. Remember, and we're using Gemini 1.5 Flash, and it might not be powerful enough to do it. And in fact, users should not even be the one to control this. So it might not be powerful enough to handle it, right? So that might just be the problem. But let's see. I'll take screenshots. And that's it. I just want to take a screenshot of relevant information, basically how things should work, right? That's it. Now this is also a problem to this transaction not found. It's a problem that we need to fix, but yeah, that's it. Let me just send this over. Now I would go over to this tax upload fixes, tax snap upload fixes, and I'm going to have to delete your transaction. We said the app uses soft delete mode, doesn't physically remove data, which is intentional and good for audit trails. Good. Now the cleanest approach, delete by statement ID. Okay, yeah, so use a script to delete everything. Right now we're not live. Just delete everything. So even if it was very careful before he handled it. So, and I love Claude for that. So I'm going to come over here and I would clear everything here. Then I'll go over to this section and send that over. So now while that's working in the background, let's wait for it to be done. Once it's done, I would update you guys. Okay guys, so off camera, I've been struggling with this design a bit because it changed the design. Now I wanted to get here, so it just finally did it, right? Or exactly what I wanted. I described it, that this should still, there should be some padding between here and here and here and here, and it got it right. So, but the problem is that it has been stuck on 15% for a while now. So I want to check the background or backend and see what's going on there. So first I'm going to go to check inspect element and see if there's anything new. Console. So this is it here. But I also want to check here to see if there was any issue at all at any moment. So I'm going to see, I can see there's an error here, right? So I'm going to paste it here. I already see 82% used, but I'll just paste it here. I'll move over to another chart shortly. But let me close all these other charts because I'm not using them at the moment. 2 issues to fix from the logs here and here. Okay, so while that's working, I'm going to go over to the Cloud Run job and see if there's any, or the job section, to see if there's any issue at all, right? Tax snap. So here we go. I'll click here and we can see that the, give me a second. I'll just search job here. And in the services section, we can see the tax snap worker, right? And when you click on it, so this was deployed here, right? When you click on it, you can check the logs to see if it has been fired at any moment. So we'll know whether it is anything being working at the moment right now. So here you can see that there's an error. There are multiple errors. So container start called exit, right? So what I can do is I can just copy it. Now if you try to copy this, it can be messy trying to copy it, right? So what I would do, and it can be a lot of data, is that I would try to export it, right? I'll try and export the logs. Let's see. Sometimes I forget how, what you use to export it. Give me a second. I might have just forgotten, or it's just me. I can't remember what I used to basically check the logs. Another thing, sometimes I might just copy from here, or I might just say, okay, go to Claude Code here. I think that's easier, right? The Cloud Run job for extracting all the account statements, right? It's called tax snap worker. It has an issue, and you can help me check the Cloud Run logs to see what the issue is so we can fix it. Also, if the job fails for any reason, can we make sure that the loader, this particular loader here on the dashboard page, does not keep showing unnecessarily? You can show either cancelled or something, or it just but I think it's better we have a different component that shows, okay, job cancelled, so that the user can know that it failed for some reason. Yes, so there's that. Now what I want to do next is, let me close this here. I'll just fire this query here, and let's get the AI agent to work on it. And that is working in the background, and once it's done, I'll update you guys. Okay, there's something I wanted to say before I pause the video. You might be wondering what the logs are. The logs, basically, every single time you build your Cloud Run function, you can tell it to either add logs to spell out when there's an issue, or just to show you the entire progress of the entire function. But basically, if there's any issue at all, it's going to just spit out that issue, and you can see it here. Right? It's a way to just log the entire process or the entire generation process of any function that you deploy. I think it's really, really cool. There's a lot of things you can do with it, basically. There's a whole lot of things you can do with it. Anyways, over here, it's still loading. Okay, guys, so I just tested it in the background, and it worked. That was an old one, so it worked, but it's still not categorizing properly. And I feel like this is an issue with, so it's still also opening up this section down below, but this should be an issue with the AI agent. I believe there's an issue with the AI agent. Let's go back here and see. So if you, I just push to main, so that means I'm committing to GitHub all our changes so far. It's going to handle that for me. So over here, I'm going to paste this here and say, once it's done importing, I believe we should refresh the page in real time, and so that we can see all the recent transactions. That's one. 2, this recent transaction section and the transactions detail section underneath that opens up, it's a no-no. I don't want that. What I want instead is that if you click on it, the right side panel appears, right? And the right side panel that we have in the transactions page appears. So you can look at the transactions page when you click the transaction and see what happens, right? It's a much more better user experience. Yeah, that's it. So I'm giving it one task, right? I don't think it's updated. I'm giving it one task. I'm not giving it so much to do, because I'll go to another AI agent. So I think it did not. So I want to activate Reload Voice, because I don't think it was able to extract what I just said now. So I want to see what happened. Open Reload Voice. So I had an issue. You can help me check the Cloud Run. Okay, so it did not extract what I said at all. So I'm just going to say it again. What should I, when the job is successfully done or extracted, basically we should automatically reload the page, so that recent transactions will show immediately. The user doesn't have to reload the entire page. That's one. 2, you see this UI screen or section where when you go to the recent transactions on the main dashboard page and you click any one of them, it shows the transactions details panel down below. I do not like that. It's weird. I don't like the UI how it looks for users. Instead, I would prefer the right side panel that appears on the transactions page. Search how it works on the transactions page. When you click a transaction, a right side panel appears. Delete this other components and implement everything on the right side panel, so that all the UI elements or components that have to do with transactions and viewing transactions or editing transactions function the same way, right? There's a lot of words, but let's see. So I'm going to clear this screen here, clear this conversation, and so far we can't really tell if this is working properly because the category is not working, right? Basically, so I'm going to click here and I'll say something like so I recently completed a cloud run, the task snap cloud run function to extract all the transactions from a PDF. So you can check the logs, the recent logs. But my issue is that most of the categories were not recognized, and either maybe we have an issue with the AI system that automatically detects all the categories, but something is wrong. It's meant to automatically understand the description of the charge, right, and use that description to categorize it, whether it's an income statement or whatever kind of category in terms of an expense, right? What kind of expense it is, then to show whether it's an income or outgoing expense. Then we'll have the AI confidence score, right? After the AI confidence score, we also allow the user to now attach a receipt to it. So that's very important, and it's not working properly. So this is going to help us search the cloud run job and everything and see what happens. Then this job import failed keeps showing up every now and then, so we need to check it out. Something is wrong here. Okay, so I want to fix this problem here. So I'm assuming that the whatever issue or whatever system flags when a job fails is not working properly, right? So let's try and inspect that right now. So I'm going to blot that out, then paste this and say, I feel like whatever detector or detection system detects when a job has failed is not working properly, or I'll prefer if maybe we have a document that is updated, or our backend is updated with a status field. That status field can detect if the job when the job has started, and it's processing, and when it fails. Now, once we have that ready, or once we have that done, if the job or the cloud run function is about fails for any reason, it should automatically also update the job as failed, so that we can now see it here. But whatever detection system we have right now might be flawed. Now, for this, I'm going to turn on Opus. It's a better reasoning model. So let's see what happens. Now, this is something I already have experience with, so I'm already telling you exactly what I want. But I would always recommend, as a beginner, you reason out your tasks or your issues with your AI agent. Say, okay, this is not working. What do you think would be the best solution for it? If I'm going to talk back to my AI agent, that will write the code for me, all of that. So you can reason with it. As you reason with it, to give you the best solution, you will now choose. So you can tell, okay, explain complex solutions like I was 5 or whatever, and you now know how to speak the right lingo and solve whatever problem that you have, right? So that's very important. Anyways, currently this system is almost done. we're going to go back to this one. It says, okay, fix transaction details, now a right side panel. Previously the detail panel was rendered at the bare bottom, right? This matches. Auto refresh dashboard complete. So I hope the panel that was showing at the bottom section, right, has been removed totally, so it's not still lingering in the code. Now this is also important. When you make some changes, there are sometimes when it does not fully delete it, and it can just make your code base become so large and like you have unnecessary items. So sometimes you also make sure ask you to ask it now if you cannot delete, like also check that it's not an important component that is being used somewhere else, so it can affect the project, so it doesn't delete something and you have an issue with it. But now this is one of the reasons why you should always keep committing. Anytime you finish a job here, just say commit to main, or not main though. Now in that video I'll teach you about trying to commit to different repos, but but right now you can use main at least for the meantime. Commit to main. At least you are saving your work, right? Anyways, we'll go back here. So now I want to study what the issue was here with this AI agent. I should have turned on Opus for this task also. I should have, but let's see what the issue was. Now it says, okay, first, problems found. Auto categorize pattern matching fails for real world bank descriptions, fails to uncategorize with 0% confidence, need to pipe on match transactions through Gemini AI, right? Confidence score bug, is already scored at 0 to 100. Income expense direction, received NOA. Now, once it's done, I will still want to work, because this is one of the most important aspects of the entire project, that this functionality is perfect, it's working perfectly. So I would want to have Opus also run this job too. So I'll explain to Opus that please can you review our entire system, for uploading receipts and AI categorizing everything. Currently we're using Vertex AI, and can you make sure that everything is speak and span, right, and we have the best implementation possible, things like that. So Opus is just reading out the entire task and tell us if what we have is okay, so to do that, I'm going to open up another chat. Well, I'll just click this one here, clean conversation. I'll pass this one over here, and I'll just say so currently we use Vertex AI to analyze screen transactions. So the idea is that user can upload a PDF, CSV file, and every single transaction, whether we have 100,000, whatever amounts, right, would be individually categorized, right, by an AI agent, right, using Vertex AI. And I want to make sure that we have the best implementation right now that's also affordable for us. So the idea is that it would categorize every single one of them, right, as whether it's income or an expense, and the expense, what kind of category is it? Is it a business expense? Is it a normal personal expense? And for business expenses, now we can also now have a confidence rate, so that we can know how much user is going to have to pay, can have as a tax write-off based on those expenses, right? And then the user can also add receipts to also add to that particular transaction, so that they can be able to provide it later. So this is the entire functionality that we have right now. I want to make sure that what we have is a robust system for tax management, and the AI system we have is for analyzing all the transactions is a great system already. So, or you recommend an upgrade. So shared my ideas, and I'm going to put Opus on the tags, Opus 4.6, higher model for thinking, and send it over. Then over here, let's see what the issues were. So explore current job system, design and implement reports, job status tracking. So let's see. I started field, made worker handle wrap around execution in try catch error. So try catch basically is a function is a function description that we have in programming that, you know, but you can study more about it basically. But is to try a function or a particular block of code, and if it has an error in any way, it's going to now catch the error, and then we can now run any functionality around that. So there's a lot we can do with that. Anyways, make worker handle, let's see. Anyways, that's good. So the fire store rules already allow reading from the jobs collection for authenticated users. That's good. So at the end of the day, to tell us if there's any other thing we need to set up. Let's look at this particular function. So once it's done, to give us its recommendation. So its analysis is done. Let's see. Assessment. Your current system is solid. That's beautiful. So this Opus speaking, you built a well architecture task management platform was working well, two-tiered categorization, pattern plus AI. This is the right architecture, pattern matching. I'll credit this one to VisualPRD. Pattern matching handles 50 to 80% of transactions for free, and AI fires for ambiguous ones. This is exactly what I recommend. Gemini 1.5 Flash is a good model choice, fast, cheap, and more capable for transaction classification. You know, batch processing with parallelism. You know, that's good. So recommended upgrades: batch processing, cost reduction, high priority. You know, right now each unmatched transaction makes a separate API call to Vertex. This is the biggest cost multiplier. Good, that's fine. User feedback accuracy, high loop. Now I don't think I would want this pattern matching, because this pattern matching, you know, it's okay. Let me just talk to the AI agents directly. I don't think I would want pattern matching. Why? Because it can just give us a lot of bloat, right, unnecessarily, and would have to match different types of sentiment and like sentiments that the user will write in their description. Descriptions can be written by users on the fly, so we need an AI agent that understands the context behind that decision for writing that description, and classifies it accordingly, like properly. And I think AI should handle everything. I might be wrong, so you tell me what you think, how we can solve the problem. Because right now it's currently not categorizing any of the descriptions at all, or any of the transactions, and is clear debits. It's writing them off as income, right? So we need to fix it. So I believe what's happening is that the system that flags for AI review is not working properly. So let's just see. So average monthly cost for 1,000 users, you know, it's going to be $15 to $30 per month. Now with batch processing is $1 to $3. So this is actually a very cool SaaS to run, you know, if we have everything intact properly, you know, like a cost, everything, to actually really be a cool software to provide people. The main thing is that if I'm going to provide this for Nigerians, I'll have to get the costing right. I won't want to charge per, I think might just be a yearly charge, right? It's just one of a yearly charge. I think that would be the best charge for this kind of software. Just pay once for the entire year, and it can be something affordable like 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira, and you know, if you just have to get your unit economics right and make sure that the AI categorization works properly. So I think that's it. So the AI engineer just found the root cause. He said, so the CSV parser normalizes all amounts to positive numbers separately, but the upload route ignores so every single transaction gets marked as income or credit, which means auto-categorize sees them all as credit and assigns revenue or income, but that assignment apparently also fails, so they fall through to uncategorized. So on your architecture concern, you're right about pattern matching. Descriptions are free form, right? Pattern matching is brittle. So yeah, this is one case where now AI doesn't do all the thinking for you. Now when it comes to business logic, there are many times you know what you want. So know what you want also before you sometimes even approach the AI agent. That's why I also do a lot of thinking with this other agent. Like basically Claude also helps you to think So as you're telling us your thoughts, it would tell you, okay, I think this is maybe the best way, or what do you think would be the best option, and you click the option and all of that. So I'm still thinking with this agent here, right? I'm telling you what I want, and he's saying, okay, you're right. Pattern matching is brittle, is case sensitive, substring matching, bank charge, would match. I went to the river bank, things like that. So Gemini 1.5 Flash, right, is cheap enough. Classifying 1,000 transactions cost a fraction of a cent, so that's actually good. The cost savings from pattern matching are negligible. Now I also think that maybe, well, let's just see. Then we also have, so as you can see here, right, Gemini 1.5 Flash. Okay, then AI understands context. Netflix entertainment, but Netflix subscription for a media company is a business expense. Only AI can reason that, so that's actually very good. And my combination drop pattern matching entirely, better accuracy, etc. So yeah, that's good. Then yes, so I want you to implement the is credits bug fix, and then fix the entire system to just go through AI matching, right? It's very, very important. Then I also want the AI agent to be smart around, okay, for example, when you said AI, or like understanding context around this entire application and what it's meant to solve. For example, Netflix is entertainment, but Netflix subscription for a media company is a business expense. Things like that. All those different issues that can arise when it comes to matching different transactions and based on their descriptions, right? It's very important. So I've sent this prompt over, and I'm thinking, right, this has posed a new issue in my mind, and I'm trying to reason it out. So he said, okay, now this context issue, I'm sure that Opus will help us with a proper solution, but say a better accuracy, lower cost, simple code, no pattern rules to maintain. Yeah, so correct business or personal. So now, if a user, now here's the issue. If a user doesn't explain what kind of business that they do, it might be hard for the AI to do proper pattern matching. Because I feel like when a user is onboarding, they should also add what kind of business that they do, right? That's what I feel. So this is a new thing I just thought of in my head right now, because you're talking about this kind of context here. You see this context here. Drop pattern matching entirely, all of that. It's better we analyze the user's business, right? And we don't need to we might not need to have them write a description, because if they write a full description of what their business is, it can run a lot of cost with the AI agent, because the AI agent will have to analyze their description all the time, and also analyze, all the different, transactions that we send to it. And we want to make it as cheap as possible. So we can have the user, just like we have for the transactions, the description, we can have the user just, now even this is quite slow. We can try and fix this loading time because it's a bit slow, right? But we can, and I also don't like these emojis, but for now, we'll leave it for now, right? But maybe the user can also select a category, right, of what their business is all about, and then they work with that. I think that's a good idea. So before this is done, I'll say this. Now, based on the fixes you've made right now, I feel like there's a gap in our system, and that gap is in the onboarding process. Right now, the AI agent would benefit with extra context of what the user does for business, right? And maybe their top 10 personal expenses. Now, with that, the AI can properly have enough context to understand and categorize every single expense that they have on their board. If the user is a software engineer, things like that, he can now note different expenses that they can prove are business expenses, right? I'm thinking maybe because they can even add a short description, something like that. But what we should do is when the user signs up, or logs in, then the user should be prompted straight up to add their name, which will show on the dashboard, and then select what kind of category of business you do. Right, so we can seed or create a prompt. In the prompt you're going to create for me to handle all of this, have the AI agent think through every single possible business category that a Nigerian will have to experience or do, right? And the user can click the category. Then there can also be an extra description if necessary, and then the final section will now be top 10 personal expenses, and the user can just select through it, and that would help. So we can have multiple personal expenses, and the user can just have a multi-select form, and that can help us train the AI better to do proper pattern categorizing or matching, whatever, right? Yeah, that's it. So right now this is done, and I'll just wait for this to finish running, then I'll run this prompt, and then it will help me get the prompt. There's the high chance that it might try to create a prompt for me. It might try and implement the fix itself. We have 60%, so we might still have enough leeway to be able to do it. So let's see. I'll just send this over. Now we have this section here, and the failure detection system had 3 weaknesses, no second line of defense. All this has been fixed. Front end, reduce stale job timeout from 10 minutes to 3 minutes. That's fine. How it works now. Okay, so that's fine. So I'm going to clear this. Clear conversation. Come over here, and let's see what happens. So once it's done, I will update you guys. Okay guys, so currently right now the AI agent has run my second prompt, and it has removed the old transaction context-free prompt, added a tax aware system, added structured JSON, added smart edge case handling, lower the low temperature for consistent deterministic classification. So now regarding your onboarding idea, that's a great call. Right now the AI prompt is generic. If you know that a user runs, let's say, tech startup in Lagos, then Bolt is clearly a business commute. AWS is infrastructure, and Coldstone is probably a team outing. Without context, the AI has to guess. Without context, yeah. So, however, here's what I recommend for the onboarding flow: profile, business step. Okay, that's good. What you do for me is give me a prompt first to verify that the earlier fix, the problem that we had. Don't in the prompt, don't write the technical implementation. Just write the description of the problem that we had, and ask the AI agent whether it has been solved, so we can verify. That's all. And second, so it's agnostic. So the second thing is you give me a prompt that can fix up the business profile step, optional short description, top expenses multi-select, and we can now make sure that that particular agent is also working on these sections can also now update the functionality of our AI detection system to now pick from these fields from the user's record. Right, that's it. Then finally, a last prompt to look for any available user in our backend that doesn't have these records and automatically seed data into the account, the information. So while that is working, once it's done, I'll update you guys. Okay guys, so currently I'm writing the prompts, and for this particular second prompt here, I've already run the first one, and everything passed properly. Now the second one, to implement the business profile onboarding, I'm not going to run it directly on the AI again. I'm going to take it to Google Stitch so that we can have some designs around that. So let me send this here. So while that is loading, I don't know if it actually loaded properly. I think it just reloaded the page. It did not start anything. I'm going to paste it again and I'll send it. Let me reload the page. Seems to be misbehaving. So Google Stitch says that they have a spike in traffic. Designs are being generated. Come back later for results. So I'm going to wait for this to complete. Okay, let's see. I think one other thing we might need to collect from the users is also their personal information here, right? We also need to do that too. Full name, like their screenshots, for profile photo, right? So I'm going to take a screenshot of this page here, right? And I'll take it to our AI agent, ChatGPT here, paste this, and also go back to Google Stitch. And second one, I also want to probably take the user's profile pictures too, so we can render it on all their on the dashboard page and everywhere else, right? So I'll say, so please extract this design just like you've done previously, and also in the first section add a space for an upload mode for the user to upload their picture. So describe how it will look like fitting this design. So once that is done, I'll take the prompt, I'll combine it with this prompt here, and then I'll paste it here. Okay, so it's done with it. Now it makes sure that the user has followed your onboarding process from the dashboard. If they haven't, they will come here. I think I like it so far. It's not bad. But here's the thing. I want it to be that they must select, the options here. They can't just finish the setup and not select everything here. Don't worry, you can always change this in your settings. That's good, but let's see. Okay, so that's fine. What I want is that before they finish the onboarding process, they can't skip for now. They have to select and answer the options, right? That's one. Two, as they're also adding their full name, they can also add their a profile picture, so that at least they can also add a profile picture directly to Firebase, right? So the next button should be grayed out if you've not answered the questions. Only the short description should not be optional, right? So if you click there, the second section to what are their most common expenses, they must select something before they can click finish setup, and bam, they're done. Also make sure in their settings they can also update any of the information here. So yeah, that's it. I also feel like maybe the business category options should be multi-choice, right? It's possible with multi-choice business category, right? It's because multiple people can do multiple businesses, to be very honest. So I want the business category section to also be multi-choice too, because in all honesty, if someone can run multiple businesses, right? So it's possible, like they can select multiple categories, and the AI agent should be able to walk through those multiple categories too. That's for the account statement detection. Then in the section where the user can, let me just delete this section here, send it over. Okay guys, so we have this ready, and let's see. So let me pick any random photo. This one. And give the name. For the category, I'll say technology, software, logistics. So for me, I'll say technology, software, freelance or gig work, right? Yeah, just play around with that. then personal expense should not force the user to have to write anything. Okay, short description. I won't want the short description to be necessary. Can you make this short description optional? So let's say I am a freelance developer, dev. Right? Then common expenses, groceries, food, rents. You can just select multiple. Then you see finish setup. So once you're done with that, at least now you can see the photo is showing properly. Now we have enough context to process our transactions. So I'm going to try it again and see. But first, I want to clear the previous transaction. So I'm going to prompt another AI agent with the same understanding again too. And then we also have this one, backfill existing users with onboarding data. I never ran this one. But I've already done it at least. What I will say is this. Can you please access, there should be a script right now to delete all the transactions that we have in our backend. Can you help me fix that? So basically run the script and delete all the transactions. Okay, so right now, I want this recent transaction section to always show the data in real time, because sometimes it catches the data or tries to store the data in local memory, so I can save costs. But I want it to show in real time, right? So I want the transactions page and even the recent transactions section on the dashboard to showcase real time, also to show real time updates from Firestore, right? It's very important. How can we fix it? So it's going to run through, make decisions, tell you. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click upload, and I'm going to drag this here and upload. Let's see if it works. So it's currently working in the background, 25%. And that is working. Let's see what's happening here. So it's done, 45 descriptions uploaded. My problem is that it's still not categorizing everything properly. Now let me reload also to see if that error message appears up above. So I keep seeing this, so something is wrong. So I'm going to take this back to the AI agent and ask what's going on so I can understand. And then let's see what's happening. I think, okay, we might not have deployed the updates we've made. We've not deployed them yet. The new functionality of categorizing the endpoints properly, we've not. So, I'm going to ask to run it again. Can you run this script again to delete all the transactions? Also, I want to check, do we have 45 transactions here open? How many transactions do we actually have? So this is the transaction record I keep uploading to it. These are it looks. So, so I counted and we have 30 transactions here. It seems like, okay, we have more. Oh, okay, it's actually 45. So I didn't count this one down here. So it's able to scan through every single thing. That's good. Like we planned. Now, let's see. Uber ride. Okay, so that's fine. Now, let's check what's happening here. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clear conversation. Click here. We have a problem. We made some changes to the function that tracks all the, like, that basically extracts the bank statement, right? The Cloud Run function. And I'm saying that even after we uploaded a statement, it still did not categorize it. I'm suspecting I haven't deployed the update yet. Can you help me confirm? Right. So while that is running in the background, nuke all data. So I can run this script again, delete all transactions. I said I can. It's a reason you read me wrongly. I wanted it to run it again itself. All right. Still trying to connect. Something is wrong. So there's an index we need to create. So I'll show you this is what I mean. Like you can actually just click on it yourself. So I'm going to click on the index and sign into the right account. And it's going to automatically we have a database already now. I'm surprised I'm seeing this. We already created a database. Yeah. So I was wondering, because you're asking me to create, so there's an error. Let's reload. What I'll just do is I'll just copy this error and take it over to an AI agent here. Let me create another one, or maybe this one here. So I'll clear the conversation. Paste this here, run this, and let's see. So while that is running, it's going to help us create the index. So something is wrong. Then this job import failed, right? It keeps showing up again and again. So there's an error there. I want to fix it. I'm going to activate Opus because I am tired of seeing the same problem again and again and again. I'm going to say, for some reason, this job import fail keeps showing up even when the job was successfully imported. Or sorry, the statement was successfully imported. It keeps showing up again. Anytime I reload the page, it just keeps showing up. So how can we fix it? Okay, so now I have a full picture as what's going on. Subscription is correct, but the issue is more nuanced than just not deployed. The Cloud Run worker is deployed and running. So yeah, with 2 revisions. However, the worker directory has never been committed to Git. So the entire worker directory on track has never been committed. So whatever is deployed to Cloud Run was manually from local. But then local changes you've made since then won't be reflected unless. So the bigger issue, the worker doesn't categorize transactions at all, right? The worker's pipeline is download from GCS, parse PDF, extract transactions, duplicate detection, right, to Firestore. The issue I'm having here is we implemented a fix earlier that made sure that the worker only uses AI to categorize transactions, and also making sure that it also gets the user's preferences of the categories that of their business, the top categories they spend money on, to use that to parse every single transaction in batches. We made that fix already. Can you check? So currently it tried to search Git. That's why you have to keep committing to Git. One thing I'm going to do right now is this, right? So this has been fixed, right? But one thing I'm going to do right now, let me reload this page first. I think it has to do a different query for the real-time update that we asked for it. That's why we need to deploy a query for it. So it's still deploying, most likely. Let's deploy it. Deploy it. Now, let me come over here. I'll say run it. Right? Then let me create another agent. And I think this particular agent, let me just read the output here first. Okay, I confirm the fix was never actually implemented. Here's the working code, looks like download file. Oh my, that's weird. What's supposed to be there? Based on it's described, after step 7, writing transactions, before step 8, marking complete, the worker should load default plus user custom categories from Firestore, fetch user's profile, batch the transactions, and send them to Vertex classification. The logic exists in the Next.js API, but was never ported to the worker. Oh, yes, I want to implement the fix. So to reiterate again, firstly, it would load the file and extract all the transactions. Then also extract users categories, that their business categories is a list, their business description, if there can be no, their top personal expenses, and use that within the system prompt of Gemini API to batch. I don't know how many transactions we can run in a single batch, or to categorize for business or income expenses or just personal expenses for every single transaction. Check the right category for each transaction, and pass everything properly. So good, the client has update permissions, that's all. Let's see, this was the issue. Let's see what the issue was. Now I have a clear read cons. When the dashboard loads, the queries for for bank statements with in progress, 3 minutes is still queued. Now I see the picture, what's happening. So 2 fixes are needed when the user dismisses a job. So the query will pick it up again. When the stale job is detected, also check if the job is completed. Things like that. Okay, so that's fine. Let's reload it now and see if it occurs again. So far, so good. We are safe. So let me check this one. The script ran 0 documents found across all collections. So I'm just going to clear this. Come over here and see. So we've deployed the index. So this is still running. And then this is done too. So I'm going to clear this. It's something I wanted to do, but it skipped my mind. Right. Anyways, let's see. There's a button that appears when we have categorized system. So I'm going to have to click on it again to make sure it's working. Also, this it's also 20%, I believe, but I'll leave it at 7.5%. This can be updated later. All caught up from value deductions. So far so good. Let's see. I'm going to wait for this to finish running so I can test it. And I'll ask you to also deploy the update. Once you are done with everything, make sure you deploy the entire update to the cloud run so I can test it. Okay guys, so it has deployed everything, and we can test it now. So let's test it again and see that it works. I'm going to drag a statement in here. Then I'm going to upload it. I have to remember to remove this select your bank section because it's unnecessary. It's just annoying. Right now it failed. So we don't have all of this set. So we'll take it over to the same AI agent that worked on it for us. That means the AI agent was never set up in the first place, so it wasn't working at all. So we have an error. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say save the keys to cloud secrets. Right? So Cloud Secrets is Google Cloud's encryption vault for API keys, sensitive logic keys, because you can't have those sensitive keys exposed in your app. If not, hackers can access them, and if they access them, they are going to, because most of these platforms, like for example Verify, are going to be paying money to use it, of course, right? So we need to make sure that it's set properly. Now, over time, I might remove or move off Verify, right? But let's just leave it for now. But personally, I feel like Verify, you should disable it, because receipt coverage, Verify is only for receipts. Our receipt, system, right? We don't have receipts, any of the imports. So let me see. When I say import, I mean when we're trying to import a PDF, we don't have receipts there. So let's see. I think maybe we should remove Verify from the implementation, because I mentioned why the import job needs Verify. Verify is only for receipts. We're only uploading a bank statement, so I don't think it's needed. Why are we asking for it? So I will not ask it here. I think I will go to a different AI agent, send it over. Now while that is loading, I'm going to wait for it to be done and get back to you. Okay, so it has made some updates for us here, right? And what we're going to do is test it again. I'm going to dismiss this upload statement. So the update it made was to remove that Verify. Because I'm not using Verify here. It's supposed to be for the receipt management. And even that, you can still use AI for it. I noted it earlier, but I wanted to just see, no transactions can be extracted from this file. Another error. Just got this error. Now waiting for that to complete. I would update it once it's done. Although it's already working, it say the rejects PDF is actually couldn't find any description in that PDF. The issue is the reject pattern is too. We're not meant to be using rejects for any reason right now, at all. We're just meant to use only Vertex AI to classify everything, right? So this makes me know that our code is not still clean, right? It's not the way we want it right now. So once it's done, I'll still send this one. I'm going to ask for a prompt to make sure that our code base, like, it works the way we want it to work. I will spell it out again, take it on that AI agent, and then let's see how it works. So I gave you this prompt here, and it's going to work on the prompt for me. So once it's done, I'm going to run the prompt here and move from there. Okay guys, so it has cleaned it up a bit more. So what I would recommend is that you can run it again multiple times, but let's just try it now. I'm going to dismiss that. When I say run it again, I mean the audit prompt. So make sure that everything is okay, because sometimes AI might just miss certain things because of its limits. So I'm going to upload statement and upload again. Let's see. So it's currently parsing the data. Now there was a hiccup and we had to change the model to Gemini 2.0 Flash. I believe that Gemini 1.5 Flash has been retired, so that's something we had to do off camera. Now it seems like it's categorizing, and boom, it's working now. So currently we have 40 missing, from categorize 43. So we have banking and financial charges, personal expense, right? then web personal expense. Right. So currently, I'm not this total tax liability is not being calculated. So we'll try and see what's going on there. I'm going to view all the transactions. Right. Dismiss. So we have SMS alerts. I like the lazy loading, right? That loader. But I feel like it was better with the pagination. When you click next, you click next, you click next, you see more and more. Then the transactions page is not the one we built. So if you click transactions, this is not how it was supposed to be, I believe. So there are two different routes. That means there are two different routes in the page, right? But I really, really love this. You know, telling me that okay, I have 1.8 million naira in missing receipts. That's fine, right? Or in unverified expenses, basically. But then it's saying it's showing 5 of 5 transactions. I'm sure there are more transactions than this in the application, but these are just recent transactions, basically. So that's fine. So when you click view all, it's meant to now take you to see all your transactions. Okay, so we now know what the problem is. So I'm going to copy this here, right? And I'll take it over to another AI agent. I'm going to clear conversation, send this. So now I need you to help me to fix something. Currently, when the user goes to all the transactions, I believe there are 2 transaction page routes. This particular transaction page is the one I want to work with, but it's not currently calling the transaction record. It's empty. Also, we should have a pagination function where I can click next or previous, and I can see 20 records. And the user should also be able to select the amount of records they want to see in every single pagination view. So I think we should just give them a drop down of 20, 40, and 60, right? Then the other page, transaction page route, should be deleted. And then in the dashboard page, I think there's no issue there so far. Yeah, that's it. So while this is working in the background, I'm going to check the transaction section, and there are some errors I saw. Encountered 2 children with the same key. You know, a lot of errors actually. So I'm going to just click inspect element, and I'll click on console logs. I want to copy as, I think there's just the same error, basically. Same error. Right? The same error, but I'll just copy a bunch of them. Right? That's what typically what I would normally do, and then just take it to the AI agent. Right here, click clear conversation here, and I can just send it over here. I'm going to clear this out. So it's working on it right now. So once everything is done, I'll update you. Okay, so this has been fixed. And over here, fix transactions page, then updated transaction data type, then remove the duplicate transaction tab. Good. So now if we go over here, this is what we see. Still we're not seeing any transaction yet, so I'm just going to, well, I'm seeing that showing 1 to 20 or 43. So nothing is still showing here. So that means it's loading, but it's not showing here. All right. So what I'm going to do is it's still not showing here. Sorry, I have to screenshot it again. It's still not showing here. Now I'll also copy this because I believe it might be related, most likely. And let's go. So it's been fixed, as you can see here. So we have different POS purchase Uber ride, confidence score. So PS purchase Uber ride, Victoria Island, expense transport and logistics. So this is correct. So each one of them is correct right now so far. It's doing well. So I can take up my time later to really look through it. Well, my issue is the loading speeds on the transactions details section here. The loading speeds are terrible. Terrible. Most likely it's making another read again. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to clear, or I can just leave it here. I also need you to help me check this component here. When I click any transaction record, it's meant to show this component by the right, and the user can see information about the transaction. But the problem is, first you can see that the numbers is undefined, right? The amount is undefined, and then it takes so much time to load. So much time. Even the confidence score is not being passed. Nothing is being passed basically, right? Properly. So we need to fix that. So I also took a big screenshot of the page so you can see that we have all the information being passed, so that you can understand that this particular one here, it's isolated, it's not really getting any information at all. So we need to fix it. I'm going to send that over. So far so good. It's looking good. Can move through all the transactions. SMS alert charges, banking and financial charges. This is not business. Then I won't say that that's correct. So it's not properly filtering between business, personal, and all, right? Electricity bill, POS purchase, override, Juma printer purchase, office supplies and equipment. So these are an expense. But the question is, this particular one here, how do we know what is it categorized as a business purchase? So it's working now, it's better than before, but is it classified as a business purchase? That's the question. Then the category is not also showing properly from this section here. So I think it's still working. So good job so far, but the category section drop down is not being set to with the right data. I made a mistake. Continue. I mistakenly cancelled it. Alright, so not even the category, even the AI confidence score. I'm trying to see. The question is how all of these things, like I'm not seeing any category around, okay, this is business expense, this is personal. So that's the next thing I want to confirm. Then for now, I'm also going to click this view all section and take me over here. Good, that's fine. So the next thing I'm going to do is query the AI agent about these categories, how we know, how we're able to differentiate between business, personal, right? Since the UI, all I'm seeing is just expense, personal expense. Probably we have some other classification that's not being shown here, and that's fine. Okay, so I've done some remodeling, been able to categorize different categories as either business or personal, you know. So if you click business here, you see business. Then if you click personal, you see personal expenses, right? So this is good. I'll go to the dashboard and I'm going to, now the next thing we need to see is this total tax liability. If we have a couple of business expenses, so let's go back to transactions, right? And I'll go and check first business. So example, SMS alert prices. I won't say this is business, to be honest. Bank charges, access bank charges, monthly allowance, electricity bill, right? Web Shopify monthly subscriptions. This is business. POS Uber ride. All right, now this is a personal expense. So I'm still going to take a screenshot and talk about it. Now, I believe that the reason why it's like this is that I told it to categorize these categories properly, like make these whole different ones business. This will be subcategories of business, this will be subcategories of personal, but I'm thinking that we have to make it a bit better, right? Yeah, there's something else we can do. So I'm going to clear this section here, and this is what I'll say. So it's just going to be a plan. Right now we have a couple of categories that are in the backend that are set for either business or personal, and I don't think it's not correct because the categorization we're getting is not done properly. For example, you see things like SMS alert charges, bank charges as business expenses that can be tax deductible, and that's wrong. Now, I think business and personal should be their own categories that user can select between, right? So when the AI analyzer, when a user uploads a statement, is trying to analyze documents, to just analyze or pass documents at either personal or business, that's all for the category. Then there can be a subcategory where you can pick what type of business expense is it and what type of personal expense is it. So we can clear this particular category field that we're using, and in the onboarding page we have business categories, so user can select what type of business they are doing, and we have personal categories, what are the top 10 things that you spend money on. So we can use those as the categories for either business as a subcategory. So for example, a section like this, this transaction page here would have the main category and then a subcategory, right? What type of business expense is this? What type of personal expense is this? That would be more preferred. So the AI agent has to be well versed at anything that is a business expense are things that can be tax deductible, right? Personal expenses are personal expenses basically. So that's the categorization that we want. Now, I'm sure that if I talk to a professional, a lot of other things I might have to change is possible. But at least this is just the idea I had, the raw idea I had in my head, and I'm seeing it brought to life. So I'll take a screenshot of this section here. Sorry, I think I did that already, but just forgot to paste it. Okay guys, so because of time, I think so far we've been able to learn the basics of building apps with AI, my entire process, and so far the entire remaining system is just going to be testing. And when you see something is not properly working, you take it to your AI agent to fix it out, and then you can start working with real users to test your application. In another video, if you want, we'll talk about how you can host it, currently still on localhost, how you can actually host this particular website. Firebase offers good hosting plan, but it's very, very simple to just even ask your AI agent and say, okay, please, can you help me how do I host my site and all of that. Then you can share the links to your friend. You can tell it to host with Firebase or any other platform and share with your friends, family, let them test it, give you updates. And as you get all these updates, you'll be able to now refine your application. Now, I would take out over time to refine this app, right? But I feel like this entire tutorial should have helped you already. Now, off the camera, I have taken out some time to fix this section here. So I changed this tax rate. So it's supposed to be 20%, but I put it at 25% just to play around with it. And so currently, based on all the uncategorized expenses that I've made, I am supposed to pay 549,000 naira in taxes. Right, so but there are a lot of other things I need to fix also For example, now one thing I recently worked on just now was the AI intelligence layer, asking the AI, my AI agent to add more examples for the AI for categorization of the different charges. Now, one thing I know is that AI does learn a whole lot from examples in the prompts, not just the prompt itself. So it will always try and follow your examples as much as possible. That's for more capable models. So that's why, because I'm seeing things like SMS alert charges are business expenses, and that's not correct at all. So we need to work on that. Then yeah. So I hope this video helped you. You can like, comment, subscribe, right? And I'll see you in the next video. You can also comment other video ideas you want me to explore for this series of teaching how to vibe code with Claude and other AI models.